Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm still trying to sort out me going live social media posts and stuff. Can you tell I'm horribly disorganized today? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm horribly confused. I don't know what's happening, as always. Hello, everyone. Hello, who is here? Hello, Potter. Hello, hello. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Hello, Comey Bella Dollar. Hello, hello. Hello, Bobo the Mighty. Hello, Bobo. We got the botany section animated in the soybean video yesterday, and now I'm working on the history and medical stuff. Let's go. Exciting. Once those are done, the whole video will be animated. Got you on in the background while I cook. Let's go. I'm so excited. You've been working on it for so long. I'm very, very excited. Swizlik, hello. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Hello, Hosmod. Hello, hello. Hello, Hunter. Hello. And Spooky One and Aux. Hello, everybody. Hello, Astral. Hi, hi. Gonna go watch Superman in a bit. Ooh, can't do words per minute unless someone wants to be delegated to. Does anyone want to do the words per minute? It's okay. We can have one words per minute-less stream, and then I can just not read anything, and then we'll turn up and we'll be like, yeah, it was totally lots of words. I hope you enjoy Superman. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it. Hello, Kalipa. Hello, hello. And hello, Sion. Hello. I hope you're good. How is everybody today? Thank you all for the lab safety register check-ins. I hope you're all good. I am not going to lie. I need to do me social media posts. I need to tell people that I'm live. Otherwise, nobody will know that I'm live. And what would we do then? We will have no friends. It would be terrible. There would be not a single friend to come and say hello. Can you imagine? Thank you for the follow, Chaotic Chemistry. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. I love your name. That's a very good username. And thank you for the lab safety register check-in, Ricky Saurus. Hello. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Unfortunately, I won't be here in such a manner. I can for the whole time. Once my roommate finishes cooking, it's my turn to make food. That's so relatable and understandable. It's not relatable. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm past that part of my life where I need to wait for someone else to be done in order to cook. But that is understandable even. That's the word I was going for. That is completely understandable. I am doing my social media posts. I'm making some posts. I'm doing my Instagram post right now. This is super interesting. Husband's shaking his head in disappointment at me because I literally put extra time on the timer to go and do the posts, and then I went and made a cup of tea instead, and then I didn't do them, so I'm doing them now instead. I'm sorry. I also need to share what is the paper we're doing today. Let me find the DOI. There we are. Here is the paper. Today we're going to be reading about organizational conspiracy beliefs, which is exciting. Let's see, today's paper. There you go. Perfect. That's the paper. Let's pin it. Look at me being organized. I'm not organized. There is a pulse. There is just about a pulse. I am just about alive and maybe even somewhat functional. Well, maybe not super functional today. Well, relatable, married. I mean, I'm sure it's more common than people let on, right? I'm sure it's more common than people let on. I'm sure there's a bunch of people that are like married. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's more relatable than people say. There, Housemod. Next time, yes. One day he will see me be functional and prepared and excellent. Yes, the paper that we are pretending to read today. Let me bring it up. Let me bring it up. Also, Dark Magnate, hi. Thank you for the lab safety ready to check in. I hope you're good. Okay. There it is. Look at me. I was prepared in that way. That way I was prepared. Okay. Look, here's the paper that we're pretending to read. We are definitely going to actually read it. But before we do that, I'm going to make a post on Reddit. I can't believe I'm saying this. I want to make a post on Reddit, right? I want to share my, what is it? The debut trailer. For the trailer for the 2.0 debut. I want to share it on Reddit, but I am scared. I am bad at Reddit, for I am not a Redditor. I know nothing about the place. And I don't know how to I don't know how to title it. So if anybody has any suggestions, I'd love to hear them. I think that would be fun. Does anybody have any suggestions for how to title my Reddit post? Because I don't. I don't. Chat needs to take care of our husband. It's true. It's true. It's very, very true. At this point, I have just accepted that, like, he is no longer my husband. He is our husband. That's how it works. So I guess it is relatable when I say, you know, imagine being married. Haha. We're all married to Husmod here. For legal reasons, that's not true. When the stream is sciencey, we yap. When the stream is gamey, we science. It's so true, actually. It's true. I just accepted it. Hi, Mylan. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. You know this one? Yeah. I think I might have read this one before in my first year of university, perhaps even. But as in my first year of PhD even. That's the word. My first year of PhDing, I think I read this. And then I didn't make any notes on it. And then in my corrections, there was a comment that was like, why didn't you mention this? And then I was like, because I forgot. So we're going to read it. So we're all helping with my thesis corrections by doing this, right? This is work, right? This is productive, right? Hi, Oscuba. Hi. Welcome in. How are you today? I hope you're good. Exploit all the socials. Yes, that's what I need to do. I added reverb so it counts as lore. That was my thinking. I was like, if I add reverb, then it's super obvious that I'm talking to myself, right? It's an editorial decision, yes. Anime girl, read science paper live. I mean, I'm not technically an anime girl right now, right? I mean, I guess I kind of am. If you're using the Japanese definition of anime, then I am. But if you're using the Western definition of anime, I'm not. I'm not comfortable. Allow me to sit in my seat in my gremlin way. I don't like sitting in seats normally. They upset me when I do that. I have to sit in it in my way. Okay. Soviet national anthem starts playing. Yes, our Husmod. Exactly. Clearly, I should send you my notes. Please do. I would love them. No, it's fine. It's fine. We're going to read it. I need to refresh my memory. Since I've read this before, we might actually go a bit faster than normal. Who knows? Who knows? Potentially. There's a chance we could go faster than normal. I have a theory that Husmod really wants to do a cooking stream. And it's Dr. Psydere masterminding everything behind the scenes to edge us and make it more exciting of an event. I have the theory you're at the bargaining stage. It's true. It's true. Oh, it's what the people want, Husmod. When are you going to do the cooking stream? It's what the people want. Give the people what they want. Anime? Who's that? That's my real name. Imagine if that was actually your real name. That'd be wild. Me squatting on my seat, literally. I have to either, it depends on how I feel, okay? Sometimes I feel dizzy and then I can't squat because, like, I don't know, don't question it. It just makes me feel dizzy sometimes. So I either have to, like, sit cross-legged on my seat or I have to squat on the seat. There is no, like, sitting normally on my seat. It physically hurts me to do that. Like, when I have to do it in public, I still just don't a lot of the time, to be honest. I just don't. But, like, when I do have to do it in public, I get, like, really, I feel itchy, you know? I have restless legs. I don't like it. I still don't know why we don't call Husmod Husdere. Because he is the husband and the moderator, and therefore he is the Husmod. He is not a dere. Well, maybe he is. I don't know. Get in the apron, Husmod. Get in the apron. Oh dear. I should rewatch Evangelion at some point. I should rewatch that at some point. I made pancakes yesterday. Does that count? I think that counts. That counts as the Husmod cooking stream. It was just a viewer of 1, you know? That's fair. I think that counts. Technically, he's done it. Just you guys didn't get to see it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You are cooking streamless. I'm sorry. Hi, Max. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Are you too late? No, we haven't started yet. I'm still yapping. I'll probably be, let's be honest. I'll probably be yapping for another 40 minutes. Oh, yes. Itchiness, the lice. I don't think it's lice. I think it's just me being weird. I don't know what it is. I just don't like it when my feet are flat on the floor and I can feel the floor. It makes me feel uncomfortable. I can't explain it. Can't explain it. Everyone's a dairy. This is true. This is true. Everyone has a everyone has a type, right? A dairy type. I don't know what's my dairy type. My dairy type is Psydere, apparently. I made my own. I've been at the bargaining stage since day 1. Who knows? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. If we keep saying maybe one day, then that means that we're not committing to either a yes or a no. So that means it's possible. It could happen. There's no ruling it out. It's entirely possible. One day. Perhaps. Maybe. Who knows? Doing well, very exhausted, got into a preferred university and the work is so much. Let's go. Well done. Well done. That's exciting. But also, yes, I feel that. I feel that. The work can be quite a lot. It can be quite a lot. I'm not going to lie. Oh, you'll do great though. You're going to do great. You're going to do great. The reverse earthbender. We will cycle back to it in the next sprint. That's me every time. I'm like, every time they're like, when are you going to get to this issue? And I'm like, maybe next time. And then I never do. And now I have 6 months of backlog. Oh dear. What a mess. What a mess. I might be functional one day. Who knows? Imagine being functional though. That's impressive if you can be functional and an adult even at the same time. Functional and an adult. Oh, I've managed to be an adult, but I haven't managed to be functional. You can only do one at a time. Only one at a time. Do my best. Yeah, you do your best. You're going to do great. How are you? How are things? I am okay. I am existing. I am not going to lie. I'm trying to multitask and doing a bad job of it. HTTPS. That's the one. Because I can't do things. Because I was unprepared and I'm trying to do my go live posts still at the same time while still talking. Because I'm good like that. Yes. I'm definitely not stalling while I choose a colour. I'm there we go. Okay. Multitasking indeed. Hi Frost. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. How are you? Efficiency, get a 6 month backlog, do it all in one, rinse and repeat. Actually, unironically, that's kind of how I function because I have been meaning to do a research proposal for work for the past 6 months. And I just sat down and wrote half of it on Thursday. And now I'm going to go back on Monday. And I don't think I will write more of it because I have meetings. But on the next day that I have no meetings, which I do have at least one day per week where I have no meetings because I make sure of it, I will just finish the rest of it. And then I will have a protocol ready to go. And then I will do the research. Yes. And then I will never write the paper because that's the recurring theme, apparently. If it doesn't happen in the next sprint, just read it again. Exactly. Exactly. What is functional? Functions are for maths. I agree. And I haven't done maths in a very, very long time. So I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Isn't Husmod social media management? No, I do the social media because I've been terminally online for more time. So Like, we've both been terminally online, but I've been terminally on social media for longer, so I've got more of a sixth sense for what to put on social media. But I don't know about Reddit. So I'm still just sat here, literally just staring at this post, being like, I should think of a title for this, and I haven't. So if anyone has any, if we can, I'm giving you an option. I'm giving you a once in a lifetime opportunity to write my Reddit post for me. Free labor, exploitation, yippee. That's how academia works, baby. Oh dear. Oh dear. Psydere is the one who is hip and cool with the kids. It's true, actually. I am indeed hip and cool and down with the kids. Hello, fellow kids. Doing good, I see. We're still at the abstract. Frost, we haven't even made it to the title yet. I haven't even read the title. I posted the link and then I brought up the paper and then I just started yapping. I don't know why I went to this screen already, actually. We might as well just go back. Might as well just go back for a bit. We'll come back to it in a second. Classic supervisor behavior. It's so true. Literally me. I expect to be named as co-author. It's true. You probably should be named as co-author if you help me write the Reddit post. Right. Let's do some live social media digging. Right now. Okay. Right. I am going to search the word. This is how. Okay, actually, you can have a live strategy right now of how I do my social media. Okay? Right. I will go back here and I will show you it. This can go away. Hello? Where's my Zotero? Go away. There you are. Why is that looking like that? That shouldn't look like that. There we go. Okay. Is that? There we go. That's working again now. I will show you how I make my social media posts. Ah. Look at this. Reaction content. Okay. Hello. Yes. Okay. So this is how I work out how to do things on social media, okay? If it's a social media I don't know particularly well, I just go on it. So I'm going on r/virtual YouTubers, and I'm going to do something really dramatic now. I'm going to go into the search bar and I'm going to search debut, and I'm going to see how other people title their posts about debuts. Now you can do some filtering. I think we want to do top posts of all time. Okay. Some of this is just going to be memes. Some of this will not be actual memes. Some of this will not be actual debut posts. In fact, I think probably the top ones won't be. I think it will be announcements of like big VTubers already. But if you scroll down a bit, eventually you will get to something. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it's still just memes and big VTubers. We might need to rethink the strategy. Let's just scroll down until it's about 1K upvotes. This seems like a reasonable amount. Okay, right. How do people title their posts? You look for patterns in how they title their posts. Okay. So debut is finally here. Okay. So many surprises. Okay. Right. I mean, that's just Gargura. That was always gonna have a lot of upvotes. Let's see. Any more debut posts here? No? No, hang on. I have a big favor to ask of all of you, but that was from 5 years ago. That wouldn't work anymore. Okay, the other thing that we actually want to do is we want to filter the time, okay? Because what worked on social media 5 years ago doesn't work anymore. The meta has changed, okay? And I hope this is a useful instruction video. It's definitely not. It's definitely not. So let's see. This is still about big VTubers. Debut stream. Okay, we've got some Japanese. This is Pom. Pom has very, very good Reddit strategy. She's very, very good at engaging Reddit. Let's see. This is still just... Okay, it's happening. First ever teaser debut. Okay. debuting my new outfit today. Let me know what you think. So I think there's kind of two things. My debut is Pom again. She's funny. My debut is today, and I definitely have everything under control. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is what I mean. Okay, there's just like Pomato just again and again and again and again. This is very impressive. She gets a lot of them. Let's see. Earwiggle's got a huge upgrade. That's Pom again. Okay, so the thing that I'm seeing over and over again actually is that with these successful posts, it's got some kind of question in the title that increases engagement. That's the thing that I'm noticing. That's the thing that I'm noticing. So I'm thinking maybe okay, debut today, beware an anglerfish is trying to lure you in, and then it's kind of like it's not a video though. I think that also in general videos don't do very well on Reddit. So my expectation is that this will not get much attention anyway. So here you go. Here is a live feed of me trying to work out how social media works. You're coming to my debut, right? I can't reuse that. I said that in the video. I didn't even realize that this was a popular post, but that's quite funny. My debut's tomorrow. I'm so excited. 7 days till my debut, and then a meme. Okay, so it looks like there aren't that many actual trailers that are very highly upvoted, so this is probably not going to work. Look at this being blurred out. Government did that. So yeah, so we need some kind of question to facilitate engagement. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. I haven't been paying attention to chat. I'm sorry. I'll come back. Lots of yes. Capitals are also quite a good way to get people interested. But the thing is that if you do too many capitals, it's a bit cringe. It's a bit cringe. People get a bit overwhelmed. They don't like it. So yeah. What about this? It's science adventure time, paper co-reading, leadership styles, and conspiracy theories. Okay, I'm talking about making a post about my debut trailer though. That's the thing. If it's a stream announcement, then just write reading the paper vision half a year ago. No comment. Your boss is plotting against you. VTuber reads science live on stream. See, okay, yes, sorry, I should have specified. We're trying to write a post for the 2.0 debut trailer. So these would be quite good actually, I think. These would be quite good. These are good clickbait. I think they would be good as YouTube video titles though, actually. Reddit is not keen on lots of capitals unless it's like all capitals and done ironically. If you put a lot of capitals on a Reddit post, then people will be like, you're not from around here, are you? You're not from around here. You're not a Redditor like me. Emojis? Okay, emojis also variable on Reddit. Very variable. If you're doing it in like a cutesy way, sometimes people will like it. But if you're using them just like as an emoji, still sometimes people are like, why are you using emojis on Reddit? That's against Reddicate. At least this is my experience, my limited experience of Reddit. As I said, I don't really use it that much, but it's what I've seen. So yeah. Yeah, Pomato, she's bonkers. She's so funny. Planning this debut is more stressful than my PhD. That's a pretty good one. Key to success, scuff, self-depreciation, and community engagement. Low-key, actually, I agree. Although I would merge scuff into part of the self-depreciation. You know, if you can play, well, also depreciation, is that the word? Deprecation. That's the word. Deprecation. Yes, there we go. You can merge the scuff into the self-deprecation, because it's just one of those things. You just play off it, right? It's about trying to play off it in whatever way. I would say consistency is the other one, but like consistency in terms of both. People say consistency and they're like, oh, that means consistency in terms of like when I stream, and that is part of it, I would say. But as we know, I guerrilla streamed for like a year, and you guys are still here, thankfully. I really appreciate it. So I don't think that consistency of time is necessarily the deciding factor. I do think you need to roughly approximately stream around the same time every day, like, you know, even if you're changing the day, as long as it's approximately the same time, then the same people can probably come. It's more, I would say the consistency aspect is more like vibe and also generally what you're doing. I would say, at least from what I've seen, it seems like big VTubers will have like one thing that they consistently do the same every single week, and then the other days they will maybe try different things, new and interesting things. And they also do a lot of stuff for the community, so that's the community engagement, is like, you know, fun little events, the things that people are asking for, like a Husmod cooking stream. Yeah. Posting time and karma probably matters a little too. Yeah, see, this is the thing with Reddit, it very much does depend on like when you post it. If you post it at a time when like Americans won't see it, then your post will just not be seen. I'm actually gonna steal, I think it was Cleeper. Cleeper, I'm gonna steal what you said. Actually, no. I'm not gonna steal what you said. I think what we should title this post is something along the lines of, let's see. I'm thinking, so there needs to be a question. So, would you read the paper though? Because if you haven't watched my debut trailer, shaking my head, I spent a lot of time on that. I spent a lot of time, we were storyboarding. We were storyboarding so much. We were storyboarding. We came up with ideas. And this is what we went up with in the end. And Husmod gave me very helpful feedback when I was making it. Because I didn't want... Most VTuber debut trailers are like, you know, funky music and then like animations and stuff like that. And I'm gonna be so real. I don't have the editing capacity to do that. I'm not very good at editing. So I was like, what can I do that's like kind of simple? And that's how we settled on what we did. Let's see. Also, hi, Robert Brown. Hi, sorry. And hi, Zekiras. Hello, sorry. I've been like just absorbed into this Reddit post and I have not been saying hello to people. I'm so sorry. I hope you're both good. How are you doing? Reddit submissions are a lot like scientific papers. You got to know the vocabulary or phrases of the journal field subreddit. This is so true, actually. And this is why I struggle with it, I think. This is why I struggle with it. The things that I think I've had like maybe 2 posts that like did well, I guess. One of them was when I announced that I'd submitted my PhD. That one did pretty well. But I think that was because it was referencing back to something that I'd already done before, because before that I'd already had a post about writing my PhD thesis on stream that did well. So I was like calling back to that. So I was like, if you remember this, then guess what? I finished. Yippee! And clearly some people did, so that's good. But yeah, you need to have like a bit of a story, I guess. I don't know. If you can write a PhD, you can probably write a good link post submission on Reddit. Yeah, I don't feel like I can though. Can't wait to spend my birthday watching the Psydere debut. Well, it's funny you say that. You might be able to spend your entire birthday week potentially watching the Psydere debut, because as those of you who have seen the trailer would know, because you've all watched the trailer, as I'm sure you've all watched the trailer, so I'm sure you all picked up on the fact that there will in fact be a subathon as part of it. It's capped at a week because I have to go back to work and I've only got so much annual leave. But we are going to be doing a subathon, and I think that me and Husmod have come up with some pretty fun ideas. It's not going to be the Suffer-a-thon 2.0, but I will be suffering in some ways. And maybe even Husmod will be made to suffer at some point. Who knows? I mean, he already has to suffer by listening to me for like an entire week, to be fair. But with milestones, yes, it's got milestones. We've planned it out, etc., etc. Have class that week? No, I'm sorry. Oh, Sad times. But also, I think I will mostly be streaming, like, I probably won't be streaming until the afternoon. And I think I will be streaming a long time every day. Like, I am expecting to this to be like the single most like physically painful thing that I ever do in my life, to be honest. The PhD post works, so now I'm writing a paper for marketing purposes. I actually would. That's the thing. I would write. I came up with the paper that I put in that trailer, and I was like, I would actually write this. That's the thing. I would do that. I would do that study. It sounds fun. Bearing in mind that 75% of the US population is Eastern Time or Central Time. Yes, yes. Which means that now is a good time to post it because everybody's browsing as they're about to start having lunch. So that's good. Also, hi, Jarmaned. Hi. Psydere 2.0 release announcement. New features, new optimizations, smarter. Well, I wouldn't say about smarter, but... Oh, dear. Incredible. Incredible. 5th neuron incoming. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Someone needs to use the strategy of meta commentary on lazy posts in that subreddit, because holy, half of them are like boilerplate slop. There are a lot of memes that are just the same thing again and again and again. I have noticed that myself. I have noticed that. There was like what I've seen a few people, like I have caught a few people literally posting the same thing on repeat, to be honest. I have caught people doing that. I have caught people doing that. I'm not gonna lie. And every time I'm like, this actively makes me want to not watch you, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if I just see you posting like not even changing the like the screenshot of your model, like literally just the same thing on repeat again and again and again and again. Every time you post, I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. I can't do this. I can't do this. There was like 3 or 4 people that I've actually blocked for doing that because I just couldn't cope with it. It was annoying me too much. Dear. Small VTubers do anything that boosts their reach instead of doing weird ideas, challenge impossible. Look, I am not gonna lie. Part of my job involves like thinking about marketing and stuff, right? I'm a psychologist, of course it does. So sometimes I do sit and think like, maybe I should make a, like, you know, maybe I should do a lecture at some point about how to actually do marketing, because it's hit or miss anyway. But if you're just like reposting stuff again and again and again and again, if it didn't work the first 5 times, it probably won't work the 6th time. Like, there's only so many times you can repost it. And the people that do see it and didn't interact with it, like, they will see you doing that, you know? And if you repeat something again and again and again and people don't like it, then it actively hinders your marketing. Like, people actively do not like it. It will make people dislike you. So, yeah. Also, hi, Dorgamus. Hi. Hello, how are you? I hope you're good. It'd have to be late afternoon for me, which would be quite late for you. I mean... Don't put it past me. I will probably be streaming. My thinking, generally, the later, the more time that I have off work, the later that my sleep schedule gets. That's just a general thing for me. So I will probably start off streaming like early afternoon Ireland time. And then next thing I know, I will start streaming at 8 p.m. Ireland time and go until 8 a.m. So there is a very strong chance that you will be able to see at least some of it. Oh dear. There are some head unplug strategies that really get updates. Yeah, there are some like unhinged things that are very, very funny and do get a lot of engagement, but some of it is just like repeating the same thing over and over, and it's like, no. Hi, Lazy. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. How are you doing? It's like funneling, but instead of pulling them in, you're beating them over the head with the funnel to not like you. Genuinely, actually, yes, that's kind of how it works. Okay, here's my thinking. We need for this post, we need something referencing the paper. Would you read the paper though? Would you read the paper though? I'm okay. Okay, I've got it. I think I've got it. I think I've got it. Okay, I think I've got it. I think I've got it. This is either really bad or people will like it. There is no in between. There you go. This is either terrible or everyone will love it. Z does a lot of would you watch an astrophysics VTuber ones that do really well. This is true. Would you read a nature paper written by a VTuber? That's a good one. That's a good one. Thank you, Mylon. I'm stealing it. Yeah, those questions, the questions generally do quite well, because basically what you want for most social media algorithms is like, you don't just want people to like it, you want people to respond to it. So if you put a question in it, then it will get so much engagement, and then people will see more of it, and then they will be more likely to also engage, because if the question resonates with them, then actually I'm going to change it to would you read a research paper written by a VTuber? I think that's more general, people will understand it better, because otherwise it's a bit too far. You need to have like pre-existing knowledge about what a nature paper is. If I say a research paper, then I think people will respond better to that. Yeah. Yeah. Teamwork. Teamwork. Okay, and I need to add a tag. Where is it? Upcoming events. I guess that'll do. Sure. And then I need to go onto my profile so that I can copy and paste my bio, as I always do. There we go. Cool. Done. There you go. I would, of course, never encourage anybody to go and upvote a post in r/virtual YouTubers if you filter by new and go and look for it. Of course, I would never encourage that. Hint, hint. Anyway, here's my comment. There we go. Done. We're done. Okay. I can actually focus on the stream now. Thank you. Thank you for putting up with me while I've been doing this. Thank you for putting up with me while I've been doing this. It's been on my mind and I needed to get it done. And today was like one of the best days to do it. So yes. Oh dear. Let's see. Marketing is the thing that I'm just... Hello? What is happening? What is that? I'm being attacked. I see. I see. Marketing is the thing that I'm just reviewing and trying to get better at. I think my stuff is all right. I'm reading up and working it into my yearly trainings. Yeah. That I feel that I've been doing a lot of training on it too, because it is just like generally a useful skill. One of the things that I'm always telling like young scientists is like, don't just do good work. Like you need to be able to promote your work too, because that is such a big part of being a scientist nowadays. It's almost like it kind of sucks in a lot of ways, because that shouldn't really be how it works. Like good work should just be acknowledged and supported, and people should, you know, just be rewarded for it. But that's not how it works. That's not how it works. A lot of the time, like, you know, if you can get your work visible as a scientist, then you are more likely to get citations, and then you are more likely to get promoted and stuff. So we go back to science because we're talking about science again. There we go. But yeah, it's all about like knowing who your target audience are and then tailoring what you're doing to match them. But you also need to simultaneously make sure that you're not straying away from your quote unquote brand recognition. And then you also have to be consistent in what you're doing. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And you also have to use techniques to like get engagement but then also not in a way that's too over the top, because otherwise people don't like it. It's an art and a skill, and it's stressful. Oh dear. Would you read the paper though? We don't got to talk about that. We will never read the paper. We would just bring it up. We would just bring up the paper. We would just bring up our Zotero, and then we will never read the paper. It's a prop. It's just a device. It's just a plot device. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear. Also, hi Lane. Hi. How are you? Hope you're good. I see the title, but what's the current topic? So we were talking about marketing and making Reddit posts. But now we're actually going to talk about science. There we go. We're talking about science. We talked about marketing and making Reddit posts, and then we talked about why you need to market science, and then we're going to talk about science. It's perfect. It all works together. Everything is related, I promise. Oh no. Okay, it's science time. It's science time. Okay. Right. Okay. I'm gonna have some tea first though, to be honest. The paper is there to be referenced to open other conversations. This is true. This is true. Heck yeah, science. Yeah, let's go. We're doing a science. Let's go. Okay. So this is the paper that we're reading today. We are going to be reading Organizational Conspiracy Beliefs, Implications for Leadership Styles and Employee Outcomes by Jan Willem van Prooijen and Reinout de Vries. I hope I have said those names right. I have met at least one of these people in person. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I've said your name wrong. Hi, Mabel. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. There is indeed science to be done. But we are not making a neat gun today. We are reading about conspiracy theory beliefs in organizations, which is significantly less cool. But, you know, it's still pretty cool, I think. I think it's still pretty cool. How many papers do you think are read every day? Probably a lot. I mean, it depends on how you define read. If you're talking about, like, read as in from a human is reading it, then probably quite a lot. I mean, however many academics there are, I would say probably 50% of academics probably read a paper every day. That's 50% of, wait, no, well, okay, no, okay, I've just pulled that out of nowhere. Most academics as part of their jobs have to regularly read papers, which means that, and also a lot of them read multiple papers every day, which means that there is a very strong chance that, like, you know, it's approximately equivalent to like 50% of people are reading a paper, you know? So however many academics there are, roughly divide it by half. Maybe take a quarter if you're feeling conservative. I would say go by half, because there's obviously also loads of like undergraduate and master's students that wouldn't be classified as academics, but they also need to read papers. So yeah, because I was at least reading like 2 or 3 papers a week, even when I was an undergrad. So yeah. It's almost as though it's their job to keep up to date on their research area. I know, right? Wild. Wait, I need to move. There we go. Oh dear. Let's see. I think you got Van Prooijen's right. Let's go. Jan Willem van Prooijen. I'm pretty sure I've said that right. And Reinout, I'm pretty sure I've also said right. Reinout de Vries. I'm pretty sure I've said that right. I'm fairly confident. I probably haven't now that I've said that. Oh dear. They're watching as we speak and are typing a stern letter about their name. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point an academic finds out that I have talked about their paper on stream and then proceeds to contact me about it and say that I got something wrong or something. I can fully see that happening. I can see it happening, and I live in fear. And it's the reason why I asked Altmetrics to stop logging papers on my VOD's channel, because I get nervous. Here's a cool thing that you might not know about if you're not already in research. There is a thing called Altmetrics, right? And We have metrics like citation metrics that are measured by like Google Scholar or Crossref or whatever. It just measures how many other papers have cited your paper. But there is alt metrics, which looks at how many times your paper is referenced across the internet, the magical world of the internet. So for example, in YouTube video descriptions, and I discovered that my main YouTube channel, for some reason, is indexed by alt metrics, which means that if I upload a video onto my main channel, which references a paper and puts a link to the DOI in the description, I turn up in the alt metrics of the paper. And I'm not going to lie to you, it was horrifying to discover that, because now I'm like, oh dear. The academics can find me. And they didn't end up they didn't end up adding on my VODs channel, I think because it doesn't have enough subscribers, but I fear that at some point they will. And then every time that we do a journal club stream, people will be able to find me, and I live in fear. I live in fear of that day. Let me see. I'm gonna find the alt metrics page for this article so that you can see it, because I think this is more on alt metrics. There you go. Please just go. Just go. There's no need. Ah! I'm gonna link this because I think it's actually quite funny. When it starts working, because goodness gracious, this page is just completely not working very well. Hang on. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. So here, this is the link. I find this horrifying and hilarious and horrifying and funny and scary, and I hate it, but it's also funny. So there I am, me, my silly little version 0 model mentioned on an alt metrics page for a retracted article, because naturally I uploaded the video and then the article got retracted, and I tried to add a bit on the end about it being retracted, and then the YouTube didn't process the audio, so I made a comment I think instead. Yeah that's where we are. Hi Aaron Copper, hi, how are you? Does it count if you've only read the abstract? Like how much of the paper do you have to read for it to count as one? It's a good question. We've never quantified it. Sometimes I just gave up halfway through because I didn't like the paper, so I am not sure. Perceived. Yes, I have indeed been perceived. Oh dear. Also, hi Mossy Grey Slope. Hi, how are you? I hope you're good. Yeah, it was indeed neat, but scary, but neat. Terrifying, horrifying, exciting, weird, scary. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. I love the comment that says, this is such a fun way to make science more accessible to everyone. Please keep doing it. I know. Some of the comments that I get on my YouTube channel make me really happy. They make me really, really happy. I need to actually, I need to get a bit more on top of my everything, to be honest, because I have like 3 weeks of backlog of comments, and this is because I'm not very good at managing things. It makes me happy. It makes me happy. I've yapped too close to the sun, and once again we haven't started the paper, and Twitch is threatening to throw another ad. So if it's okay, I'm gonna run the ad now, and then we can actually start talking about the paper. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Somebody should do the funniest thing and solve one of the millennium problems in math under a VTuber pseudonym. I love that. I think that would be very, very funny. I actively desire for this to happen. I personally am also very in favor of people just doing interesting things and fun things and cool things with their VTuber, like, persona, I guess. I want there to be papers written by VTubers. This is all I'm saying. And I want to be one of them. I will at least preprint something one day. It's a threat. It's a threat and a promise. Ads, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Wow. Yeah, Husmod is whack because I saw him accidentally delete something that he didn't want to delete. Perceived. Perceived. Okay, let me Let me re-find the link to the paper. The buttons are too easy to click sometimes. I do it sometimes too. It's very stressful. It's very stressful. Right, here's the paper link again. The paper. There we go. We're talking about this paper. There we go. Saved. Be the dysfunctional variety instead. Embrace the dysfunction. It's all fine. It's all fine. The buttons are too easy to click. Deletes the entire channel. I have actually logged out by accident in the middle of a stream before because I was trying to copy the link to my stream and accidentally pressed the log out button because, like, I can't remember what was the context, actually. I can't remember what was the context. There was for some reason I clicked on the log out button halfway through the stream and I was like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. It's like the eject and format zip drive buttons being too close to each other. I don't like that. I know. It's so many things that are just not. They're too close together. Please. I've got problems with coordinating things. Please, would you not? Please, I need to be able to coordinate. I need a large space between my UI things. I'm not functional. Please. Is it too much to ask? Apparently so. Someone did solve a math problem via Haruhi and then post it on Psy, like nailing down the upper bound for the number of permutations in combinatorics for the specific constellation. I think I've heard of that before. I think I agree that that has happened. And then, like, there's a bunch of math papers that are like, we have to cite anonymous on 4chan. It's very weird. It's very weird to see it. It's very weird to see it. Thank you for the follow, Firehill. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. I hope you're ready to take part in some research. Oh dear. One day we will actually do research. Can you imagine? That would be amazing if we could actually, you know, do research one day. Perhaps. Perhaps. Speaking of research. Speaking of research. A VTuber deleted their Discord server by dropping their phone into grass because apparently Discord didn't ask for confirmation on their phone. That is wild and horrifying. I hate that. That's something I would do. At least they were outside, I guess. That's nice. You could actually be Reinhard de Vries and we would have no way of knowing. It's true. I could be Reinhard de Vries. I could be Reinhard de Vries. Where is the evidence? Add it to the list of alternate identity. I'm definitely not Reinhard de Vries. I'm sorry, that's a real person. I apologize for impersonating you for all of 3 seconds. Okay, the ads have ended. Let's go. We can read. We can read. Right. So this is the paper that we're reading today. Organizational Conspiracy Beliefs, Implications for Leadership Styles and Employee Outcomes by Jan Willem van Prooijen and Reinhard de Vries. This was published in the Journal of Business Psychology in 2016. Yeah, I've read it before, but I don't remember it. So we're going to read it again and see if my thoughts have changed as the literature has changed. Yippee! Okay, abstract. Also, shout out to this paper for being open access. So many of them I want to read on stream don't end up being open access and I cry. This one is CC BY. Shout out to the CC BY license. Creative Commons 4.0 with attribution. My beloved. Okay. This is a lesson for all of us not to touch grass. It's true. If you go out, your Discord will be deleted. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Okay. Or maybe it is worth it. Maybe that's a symptom of touching grass is that your Discord gets deleted, actually. I don't mean to distract, but what happened to the lo-fi girl music from way back? So basically, they removed all of the videos off YouTube, and I was using YouTube playlist to stream it, and now I can't access it anymore, and I would need to go through and like download every single one individually, and I just haven't got round to it yet. So we've been listening to Horse Speech on repeat ever since because although I don't technically have the license. Don't tell anyone. But it's fine because I'm very, very confident that if I needed to, I would be able to explain my way out of the situation. And that's why we listen to this now. Yes. Because it's still kind of lo-fi, right? This is what I listen to when I'm working. This kind of music, the like kind of shoegazy indie, I guess, is what I listen to while I'm working a lot of the time. It's always been kind of one of my favorite genres of music. And yeah, it's just nice. Yeah. Back in the day, this is a secret that I have not told. Well, maybe I have actually. But back in the day when I was at school, in high school, I was actually like in a band, and I'm not anymore. I haven't picked up an instrument in about 15 years. But when I was, I used to play bass, and we kept not being able to decide what kind of music we were going to play, and like half of us were like, the only unifying thing that we all had in terms of our music taste was that we all liked All Time Low. Dear Lord, that ages me to a certain place. Everyone likes All Time Low, but there was like the guitarist was like obsessed with My Chemical Romance. They were one of those people. We all liked All Time Low, and we all liked Fall Out Boy. But then aside from that, we had quite divergent music tastes. So there was like one person that was really, really into like basically all of the emo. There was one person that was obsessed with Lady Gaga. And then there was one person that was really, really into like, I don't even know how to describe it, like folk music, I guess. Hi, Caleb, hello. Hello. Hi, Caleb. Welcome in. Hello, Raiders. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. B Square. Hello, the Zentricus. Hello. Welcome in. If you don't follow Caleb already, you should. Caleb does. Caleb. Okay, please, Caleb. If you're here already, please correct me. But I do believe that you are. Pharmacology. Something around pharmacology, yes? I think. If I remember correctly, something human biology related. Because every time I ever go onto Caleb streams, there's always medicine. Okay, cool. Medicine. There's always like, I was going to say, there's always something about like illness. And it's super, super interesting. But Caleb does a mixture of gaming streams and like studying streams for, yeah, medicine. 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. Very, very funny. If you like medicine, go check out Caleb. And hello for the raiders. I'm Psydere. I am a research psychologist. We're reading a paper about why people believe conspiracy theories about their workplace right now, or allegedly. We haven't actually started reading it. I've just said the title and then kept getting distracted. So welcome in. I like illness. Does it count? I think so. I also like illness. But from an academic perspective, I don't like experiencing it. But yeah, Caleb, if you're... Oh yeah, you're just in human medicine, but the big exam that's been stopping me from doing stuff focuses on pathology, pathophysiology, pharmacology, on all the topics except heart and lungs. So yeah, it's been ruining my life. That was why I was thinking pharmacology, because every time that I drop in, you're doing something around pharmacology, and I'm like, wow, that looks awful. I don't envy you. But also it's super interesting. But also, good Lord, I'm scared. Your exam's on Thursday. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. You can do it. You're going to do amazing. We're all cheering you on. You can do it. But yeah, if you need to, you sounds like you've been studying for a while. So if you need to go take a break, get up, stretch your legs, get some water, get some food, etc., please absolutely go do it. You need to look after yourself. Very important. Very important. Yes. But otherwise, of course, you're always welcome to lurk around. We always appreciate having you here. And thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And you can do it. You can do your exam. You're going to do amazing. Pestilence, Derry? Yeah, that's my evil cousin that's in medicine, is Pestilence, Derry. my evil cousin who's in public health. Oh dear. Just gonna stare into the void while listening to non-exam relevant psych knowledge. That's so valid. I feel that so much. Me, after I do literally any form of thinking, I just stare into the void. So I relate. Also, 1T1 words. 1TW1. There we go. I'm sorry. Thank you for this app safety rush to check in. Thank you. I hope you're good. Okay, what are we talking about? Yeah, I was in a band. I played bass. All of my friends listened to different music. One of them was obsessed with Lady Gaga. One of them was obsessed with My Chemical Romance. One of them listened to like folk music, but I can't, like, it was a specific type of folk music. They were obsessed with it. And then there was me. I was the resident little gremlin that listened to shoegaze and metal. And I was like, I think that we could do a shoegaze band. And then they were like, no. And then we did the K-On! Thing. If you've ever watched K-On!, like the anime, we did the K-On! Thing of every week being like, we should totally do some music, and then just eating snacks in the music room. So that's why K-On!'s one of my favorite animes, because it was literally my entire high school life. That's how I had friends. NHS Derry puts you on an infinite waiting list or into the death loop. No comment. I demand the NHS Derry emote. Oh no. It would just be angry. I'm not gonna lie. It would just be angry. Staring into the void is nice. When it stares back, you don't feel alone. It's so true. It's so true. Sometimes I stare into the void and it stares back and I'm like, oh, are we in a competition now? And then I keep staring and then it gets really nervous. And then I get even more nervous because I don't like making eye contact. Anyway, I don't know what's going on today. I'm so sorry. NHS Derry emote is just her on a cliff holding one for dear life. One of my first ever YouTube videos that did really like well was just me complaining about the NHS. So that's fair. I feel like this actually has established law because I did actually work for the NHS for a while. And that was an experience. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. If you want to experience things, you should definitely go and work in NHS mental health services. That won't cause you any problems down the road. That will never be a career decision that you regret. What could possibly go wrong? Anyway, what are we doing? We're reading a paper. That's what we're doing. Sometimes I stare into the void and it stares back and I realize I just zoned out in front of the mirror and haven't shaved in 3 weeks. Hi, Commodore. Hi. I don't stare into the abyss. I look, smile, wave, and say hello. That's right. Assert your dominance. Assert your dominance over the void. It doesn't need the negativity of you staring, okay? Stop it. It's self-conscious. If you wave and say hi, then it will know that you're friendly and approachable. It may even let you pick it up. What is happening? Okay, no, this is going too far. We're reading the paper now. Okay, right. Tea, and then we read. Absorbing the paper via osmosis. I wish it worked like that. That would make my life so much easier. Okay, right. Okay. So, abstract. So, the purpose of this paper. Belief in conspiracy theories about societal events is widespread among citizens. The extent to which conspiracy beliefs about managers and supervisors matter in the micro-level setting of organizations has not yet been examined, however. We investigated if leadership styles predict conspiracy beliefs among employees in the context of organizations. Furthermore, we examined if such organizational conspiracy beliefs have implications for organizational commitment and turnover intentions. Design methodology approach. We conducted a study among a random sample of the US working population, N equals 193. Findings, despotic, laissez-faire, and participative leadership styles. I hope they define those. Predicted organizational conspiracy beliefs and the relation of despotic and laissez-faire leadership with conspiracy beliefs were mediated by feelings of job insecurity. Furthermore, organizational conspiracy beliefs predicted via decreased organizational commitment increased turnover intentions. This makes sense to me so far. We will get into it though. Organizational conspiracy beliefs matter for how employees perceive their leaders, how they feel about their organization, and whether or not they plan to quit their jobs. The practical implication, therefore, is that it would be a mistake for managers to dismiss organizational conspiracy beliefs as innocent rumors that are harmless to the organization. 3 novel conclusions emerged from our study. First, organizational conspiracy beliefs occur frequently among employees. Second, participative leadership practices participative leadership predicts decreased organizational conspiracy beliefs. Despotic and laissez-faire leadership styles predict increased organizational conspiracy beliefs due to the contribution of these destructive leadership styles to an insecure work environment. Third, organizational conspiracy beliefs harm organizations by influencing employee commitment and indirectly turnover intentions. Very cool. Okay. So, I hope that they define some of those leadership styles because I am living in fear. I am living in fear. For reasons I cannot explain for docs reasons, NHS triggers something violently aggressive in me until I recall you will definitely don't know the NHS I am thinking of. I have so many questions. But yes. Although to be fair, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are like very, very angry and feel the same about the UK's health system. So, you know. Thank you for the follow. It's nearly Sunday. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. You have a better chance of absorbing the paper by pasting it in Braille and passing it on top of it than during a Psydere stream. That's rude. It's probably true though. It's not the void, it's a void, as in a black cat. That's so cute. I love that. They do stare, but I'm not angry about it. Hi, Fi! Hi, how are you? I hope you're good. What a paper. It is indeed a paper. Middle management is indeed sweating. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I've read this before a very long time ago, and I'm reading it again, and we're all reading it together now. So, but I think it's a cool one. I remember enjoying this paper, so that's good. At times I wonder if just straight reading the paper is React content of Psycom World. It is. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's super easy. It's super easy to do. Well, actually, to be fair, it's not really, because you do actually have to sit and like critique the paper as you go along. So you do need to have the skills to be able to do it. I would say it's the equivalent of React content, but when they actually have something to say, you know? So like when there is, I don't know, there's like medical information being spread around, and then like someone like Dr. Mike responds to it. Something like that, you know? That kind of React content where it actually has substance, because it's like someone who knows roughly what they're talking about, like issuing corrections or telling you about the quality of the evidence. Like, I'd say it's more akin to that. I'd say it's more akin to that. Is it a conspiracy believing that companies are laying off humans because machines are cheaper? That's a good question. It's a good question. We might get to that in the paper, so I won't answer it. Conspiracy beliefs about CEO cheating with HR are highly correlated with bad vibes during Coldplay tours. That was wild. That was wild. Just found you off your Reddit post? No way! We wrote that together at the beginning of the stream. That makes me so happy. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, we're going to be reading a paper. We'll get through it, I swear. I swear. I swear. I definitely put my paper reading streams in my reaction playlist. Yeah, I think I probably should at some point too, but I don't think I've been doing a very good job of keeping my VODs channel to having like updated playlists. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not very good at updating it in general again. I need to get better at that. It's like the react videos where they watch 5 minutes and then talk about it for 15. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, I think it's fine. I mean, it's CC BY, so they do explicitly say you can reuse it however you want, you know, including for commercial purposes. If you wanted to reprint it, technically it's CC BY, so you could. I mean, they could be like, well, actually, we still own the copyright, so you're not allowed to do that. But if it's out CC BY, then that means you can do whatever you want with it, basically. As long as you, you know, credit the original authors. Don't do that, though. That's a bad business practice. Don't do that. It's probably more complicated than that, but, like, don't just yeah, I don't think you could commercially reprint it, but you could probably like repost it on a blog and make money off the blog. And as long as you're linking back to the original source, I think that would technically be okay because it's not labeled non-commercial. And likewise, if you want to just create audiobooks where you just read it, or if you want to do streams where you react to it, you are able to. So yeah. How much do we distinguish between false beliefs and true beliefs here? Like, there's a lot of stuff a Tesla employee could believe about their boss that is just the news. It's a good question. Again, we'll wait and see how they define conspiracy theory belief, because I think that might answer it. I find it funny that things were thought of as conspiracy theories 20 years ago ended up being true, like cell phones being tracked. I mean, it's variable, right? There's some things that were conspiracy theories 20 years ago that are still conspiracy theories, like, or they've been actively disproven and yet people still believe them. That's the kind of like interesting thing about conspiracy theories generally, is that, you know, it's very variable whether people will still believe conspiracy theories that they strongly believe even when they are completely disproven. But likewise, there are of course some conspiracy theories that end up being conspiracy facts in the sense of like they actually did happen. Yeah. You're not very good at advertising as a VODs channel to start with. That's fair. I am not very good at it. I'm not very good at it. I'm not gonna lie. I should probably advertise it a bit more, to be fair. What stats would you use for social media outside of classic A/B testing? Is it stuff like Armor and other time series stuff that I'm too silly for? I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't really do that level of quantitative work. What I would normally do would be like cross-sectional work and then just throw a regression on it, basically. I can't really say, if I'm being completely honest, because I don't do. My gut instinct would that it would be something time series related, because you do obviously have the temporal dimension like over the course of the streams. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. If you want to just like discard the temporal dimension, which I would say is probably not, it's probably not great to do, because timing of the post and day of the week and whether there's any holidays on and stuff like that has a big impact on how well social media posts do. But if you were looking at trends over time, then that would need time series. If you were looking at other features, I guess maybe you could do, I guess you could potentially, no, I'm not sure. Yeah, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. That's the thing. Like if you're trying to, okay, if you ever wanted to look at like people's like Twitch numbers, for example, over time, how they're changing over time, you can see a very, very simple descriptive graph on places like Twitch Tracker. To be honest, if you're looking at like just how the number go up, or if you're looking at rate of change, honestly, I find visualizations most of the time are much more useful. Because I'm also not smart enough for time series and stuff like that, so I just plot it into a graph and see what happens. Yeah. Let's see. The theory is a step above hypothesis, an educated guess. We need conspiracy speculation and conspiracy hypothesis. There is a measure of conspiracy suspicion. I think, if I remember correctly, it was made by Michael Wood. And it is basically a measure of like it kind of measures like a vague sense that there is something maybe conspiratorial happening without it honing in on any like one specific theory, if that makes sense. There is also conspiracy mindset, which is meant to be like a personality measure, basically, of how much people tend to believe conspiracy theories regardless of the specific content. So there are other concepts in the literature, but theory is just used as a kind of catch-all term, regardless of the level of like how much people hold it to be true, if that makes sense. I need to find the VTuber that had a tutorial for Software Suite to coordinate social media posts. Like it helps you multi-post, pull stats, etc. I think, if I remember correctly, I think that Sango might have one. Like Sango TV, he's a penguin. I'm pretty sure. I know he did some kind of, I know he's done a few tutorials over time, and I have a feeling that he might have had a buffer tutorial at some point. I don't know if he still has it up, but and I might be misremembering. I know that I know I've seen him talking about buffer at some point, but it might have been quite a while ago. Conspiracy mindset, conspiracy ideology, conspiracy ideation, conspiracy worldview. I'm a fight. Don't even get me started. You know. I'm assuming Sango is a Linux user if he's a penguin. I actually don't know. I don't know, which is really bad. I've literally sat and watched his tutorials and I can't remember. I know he has some kind of like physics background. I think, or engineering background or something. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does, but yeah. Have you seen the new research about similarity between people posting in certain places and personality disorders? No, I haven't. At least he knows LaTeX. Yeah, probably. Working with the government nuked most of my conspiracy mindset. Like, have you met the people in these departments? There's no way they could pull off what you're saying. Yeah, when they try, it's like really, really, really obvious as well. It's been really, really fascinating for me as a yeah, he's an in real life rocket scientist. He is. That's the one. Yeah, Sango. He's a rocket scientist. He's got some kind of either physics or engineering background. He is a space penguin because he is a rocket scientist, and his model is very, very cute, and he's also a lovely person. I'm trying to remember what his Twitch is. He also streams at completely the opposite time to me because I think he's based on the other side of the world. Oh dear. No, not that one. That's definitely not Sango. That's not the Sango I know. There he is. There's the Sango that I know. I think he's not streamed in a while though. Or if he has, it's been in the middle of the night for me. Oh no, he has. Okay. Last stream 17 days ago. There you go. There we go. Shout out for Sango. Good penguin. Good penguin. But yeah, he's a rocket scientist and he's very, very lovely. Highly recommend. I can't ever get to his streams because it's in like the middle of the night for me. So go watch him for me instead. Does he know any rocket surgeons? Rocket surgeon? I have no idea. If he has a government contract, he's a Sango Quango. I hope somebody has made that joke in his chat before. I actually don't know. Okay, paper. Let's do the paper. Okay. Okay. Introduction. We're sciencing. Stop distracting me. Okay, we're sciencing. Belief in conspiracy theories is a widespread societal phenomenon. Large portions of ordinary citizens believe that influential and harmful events, such as economic crises, natural disasters, and wars, are caused by evil conspiracies of powerful individuals or groups. Throughout social sciences, this phenomenon has been subject to extensive research in recent years. This research, I must say this came out in 2016, and it has been even more extensive ever since then, and especially in the last 5 years. These research efforts produced a wealth of findings, empirically linking the tendency to believe conspiracy theories to detrimental health choices, decreased civic virtue, civic virtue being like, you know, are you going to go vote or are you going to go and riot in the streets? I imagine. Yeah, I think I know this paper. I'm pretty sure that's the one. Where are you? Where are you, Jolie and Douglas? Social consequences of conspiracism. Exposure to conspiracy theories increases intentions to engage in politics and reduce one's carbon footprint. Yeah, so it's like reduced. I remember now. It was like people were less likely to want to vote, but then actually additional research, it was like they're not inclined to vote for like traditional parties, but they might be more inclined to vote for populist parties, and also they're more inclined to take part in kind of like non-normative political actions such as rioting in the street and violence. Yeah. I don't know why I said that so excitedly. Yeah. I do not condone violence. It must be said. Oh dear. We need a VTuber corpo that only hires VTubers with security clearance. That's funny. And the thing is that I'm pretty sure I know 3 different VTubers who have security clearance though, actually. I'm thinking, yeah. I'm pretty sure I know 3 different VTubers who have US security clearance. So that's quite funny. There you go. I can already start the corpo myself, just out of my social network. I'm not one of them, I would like to add. Is it civically virtuous to protest? Thinking, like, obviously rioting, bad, voting, good, but where does the protest land? I don't know. That's a moral question and I don't have an opinion. I am just a simple little VTuber with no opinion. Is that really non-normative? It seems like a lot of history on that one. Non-normative in the sense of, like, it's not encouraged in Western societies. That's what they meant by non-normative. So as in, like, it's not a social norm to regularly go out and riot. At least in most places in the West. I can think of a few places that wouldn't apply to be honest. But, you know, it's in the context of a, you know, Western democracy, highly educated country, etc. What does despotic mean? I don't know. We're going to find out. How about one that's composed of security risks? That sounds more like me. I am not a security risk. I have never breached confidential materials in my life. For legal reasons, this is a joke. Exactly, exactly. France intensifies. True. So people with conspiracy thinking are more likely to vote Tea Party or Green Party. So I don't know about the US. Non-mainstream parties. What I do know is that in the UK, people with higher conspiracy thinking, well, people that tend to believe conspiracy theories are more likely to vote for populist parties in the sense of, like, it would be like Reform UK, and then before that it would be UKIP, and then before that, I'm not sure what they would vote for before that, actually. Yeah. So hi, Wafco. Hi. Welcome in. I hope you're good. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. I hope you're good. France has different protest norms. Yeah, that's why I said most. Rioting is frowned upon by the people who write budgets for psychology research. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I do think sometimes, like, things are just classified as non-normative, and it's kind of like, this is definitely non-normative, and I'm like, it's just non-normative amongst your social group, but okay. Anyway, yeah, BNP was pre-UKIP. They were very, very small, though. They were not anywhere near the level of... They weren't really populist either. US tertiary parties don't really exist in the same way that they do in the UK. I mean, they're also quite small in the UK, to be fair, but yeah. And there was a recent study on Archive that went semi-viral on Twitter, and it was just full of weird inconsistencies, and some said AI used they used AI in their writing, meanwhile claiming really silly things. Oh, that doesn't surprise me. There are some wacky things that go on Archive. Anyway, sorry, we got distracted again. So where do we get to? So the research efforts provided a wealth of findings, empirically linking the tendency to believe conspiracy theories to detrimental health choices, decreased civic virtue. I don't know why they've phrased that as civic virtue. What they actually mean is, like, people are less likely to vote. Weird wording choice. Disagreeableness and radicalization. This stream of research hitherto focused mainly on macro-level conspiracy theories, which are conceptualized as suspicious beliefs about geopolitical decision-making, typically implicating powerful politicians, stigmatized ethnic groups, or entire branches of industry. So, for example, the oil industry or the pharmaceutical industry. In the present paper, however, we propose that conspiracy beliefs are also likely to emerge in the dynamic micro-level settings of organizations. Frequently, employees may be suspicious of the possibility that their managers conspire in secret to reach evil goals. Yeah. So basically, the definition of a conspiracy theory involves A, that there is some kind of, like, secret plot, B, that there's a bunch of people collaborating secretly to make that plot happen. I don't know why I've said 1 and 2. Oh, that's a very silly thing. Okay, yeah. Well, anyway. In short, conspiracy theories in the research, in psychology research, are normally defined as, yeah, having a group component, so it's a group of people conspiring, having like a secretive component, so they're doing it behind people's backs, they're, you know, deceiving the public, and also, you know, that there is that deception, that there is an actual conspiracy happening, they're trying to hide things, they're actively doing it, and it's malicious. Yeah. Groups in Psych are a minimum of 2 people. Yes, very, very good point. Yes. Minimum of 2 people. Does it need to be a group of people? I mean, under the definition, yes. The thing is that, like, obviously individuals can do things, but it's not a hidden plot. Like, yeah. The thing is that if it's like a widespread cover-up, it needs a lot of people involved. That's the kind of thinking around it. So like there has to be a group of people that are doing the cover-up, if that makes sense. You know? Yeah, one person conspiracy is just a delusion. I wouldn't say it's a delusion. Like a one person conspiracy is just like somebody just being a bit rude. Somebody being an unpleasant person, you know? Yeah. So hi Zerkia, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're good. It is indeed science time. We are sciencing. We definitely haven't spent the last hour and a half not sciencing. Oh dear. Let's see. Okay. One person isn't even a conspiracy by definition. Well, yeah, exactly, because it requires people working together to hide stuff. So, yeah. Conspiracy requires by definition that a group is doing the thing instead of the accepted definition of the cause. So you have to have a group being sneaky. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, instead of just one guy being a criminal, exactly. Yeah, okay. Cool. So in the present paper, however, we propose that conspiracy beliefs are also likely to emerge in the dynamic micro-level settings of organizations. Frequently, employees may be suspicious of the possibility that their managers conspire in secret to reach evil goals. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna highlight things. I'm sorry. I'm gonna highlight things today. I apologize. I keep forgetting to do it, but I do actually want to. I need to highlight things. So we define such organizational conspiracy beliefs as explanatory beliefs among employees who suspect their managers, supervisors, or colleagues to meet in secret in order to achieve goals that are widely seen as malevolent. For instance, in the face of challenging times, such as mergers, acquisitions, economic crises, or organizational downsizing, employees may suspect that their managers, the management team, has agreed upon a hidden agenda to harm employees' interests in order to gain additional wealth for themselves. So I guess it would kind of be like they're working together to try and like throw the other employees under the bus, for example, if there's like a bunch of redundancies coming up, for example. It's like trying to work together, so it's like we don't get made redundant, everyone else can be made redundant, I guess. Yeah. I know, I dare highlight. I know, terrible. What constitutes the evil goals in the context of company management? Yeah, so I guess it would be like, what did it say? It says about mergers, economic crises. So yeah, it says about trying to gain additional wealth for themselves. So I guess it would be potentially maybe manipulating bonuses so that the management gets all of the bonuses and the rest of the employees don't. Or it could be, yeah, saving themselves from redundancy when making it so that other people get made redundant instead. So I guess it would be stuff like that. Yeah, working together to avoid accountability. That could potentially be something, but I think it depends on what specifically they're trying to avoid accountability on. Although I guess actually no, I think that would just meet the definition overall, actually. Isn't that just normal? No, not necessarily. Good companies do not let their people do this. To be completely honest. But like the thing about it being a theory or being a belief is that doesn't necessarily mean it's actually happening. It's just thinking that it might be happening or believing that it is happening, you know? Yeah. Yeah, us versus the suits kind of thing. Exactly, exactly. I'm gonna drink some tea, hang on. My tea is cold, this is so sad. Okay. Yeah, so, conspiracy beliefs are conceptually different from distrust. Whereas distrust refers to an abstract aversive feeling towards a personal group, a conspiracy theory is a specific, concrete, and seemingly coherent allegation of misconduct committed by a powerful group of authorities. I quite like that definition. That's quite a good definition, I think. Correspondingly, a seminal study. I'm gonna highlight that. That's helpful. Correspondingly, a seminal study by Goetzel in 1994 found a significant but moderate correlation between trust and societal conspiracy beliefs, suggesting that trust and conspiracy beliefs are related, but distinct constructs. I'm struggling. Goodness gracious. Suggesting. We'll try that sentence again. Correspondingly, a seminal study by Goetzel in 1994 found that a significant but moderate correlation between trust. No. Found a significant but moderate correlation between trust and societal conspiracy beliefs. So that was a correlation of negative 0.37, suggesting that trust and conspiracy beliefs are related but distinct constructs. There we go. We got there eventually. Goetzel 1994, one of the OGs. So true. So true. This one's a classic. If you haven't read this one, then are you really a conspiracy theories researcher? Oh dear. So it's not HR is working for the company, not not for you. It's Janice from HR is really tired of our department and we're on the chopping block. That's no, because that's still just one person. It would be like three senior HR managers are working together to make sure that our KPIs are being undermined so that we will eventually be made redundant. That would be more of a conspiracy theory, I think. People with conspiracy theories were people abused? No? I don't think so. I don't know. I actually don't know what is the literature around like experience of genuinely like being treated badly like that. I know that there's one paper, I think it was by, I want to say it was by someone called Poon. And they found that ostracism increased conspiracy theory beliefs. There's a bunch of work by like Michal Bilovich around minority groups who have been oppressed are more likely to believe conspiracy theories. So I think there's a whole bunch of stuff around like actual experiences of collective victimization. And then there is also, I believe there's also a few papers that link, no, there definitely is. There's a few papers that link experiences of actual corruption to subsequent conspiracy theory beliefs. So yeah, but I don't think there's anything of like I individually have been abused and now believe conspiracy theories. I don't think there's any research around that. Yeah. It's not about the mentality of people, it's about concrete things happening. Or rather, not about the perception of mentality, but perception of concrete things. Yeah, exactly. So it's like believing that people are working together to harm you in some way, you and like others like you, but regardless of whether that is actually happening or not. So a lot of the times what people say is paranoia would be a conspiracy theory belief, for example, because like if you think, oh yeah, if you think it's just directly targeting you alone, then it would be paranoia. If you think that it's targeting your community, then it would be a conspiracy belief. Or if you think that it's targeting your community, I said that already. If you think it's targeting your department at work, your team at work, that would be a conspiracy theory belief. Whereas if it's like literally just you, just targeting you, I think that would be more in line with the definition of paranoia. Would a belief in a secret birthday party being prepared count as a conspiracy theory? That's a good question. No, because conspiracy theories are about thinking that something is being done malevolently. So something unpleasant is being done. Yeah. These 4 managers keep going to parties together, and they're trying to get our inventory supply counts go bad so that their shifts look better than the rest. See, they keep going to barbecues and then we get bad reports type thinking. Yeah. But really, they only remember them going to parties when they get bad reports. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Sometimes people can like start believing a conspiracy theory because they are making a connection that isn't there. Like they kind of see a cause and effect when it just isn't there. Perception of belonging to a marginalized group, not you being marginalized. Yeah. I mean, that is quite, as Mylene said, that is quite consistently recognized as a predictor of conspiracy theory beliefs. There's like a whole literature about it. There's a whole literature about it. It's a whole thing. But interestingly, it's not about being necessarily a marginalized group. It's about thinking that you are being marginalized, if that makes sense. Thinking that your group is being marginalized. So they might not actually be marginalized. It's just if they think they are, then that's the thing. Paranoia is like too much, no? Conspiracy theories in the right places are not excessive or something. Yeah, I mean, there is also the pathological dimension of it, obviously. I'm thinking more in terms of extremes. Like the overlap is definitely there, but that's kind of the thing that differentiates them. But yeah, people can just have conspiracy theory and conspiracy theory beliefs and it just doesn't change anything about how they act. They can just believe the thing and then it doesn't affect their day whatsoever. Paranoia tends to have more of an impact on people's well-being and then they start to change their behavior and stuff. But there is also subclinical paranoia where they don't. So it's it's messy. It's all messy. If a birthday party is being thrown and your team is not being invited on purpose because people who throw it really don't like you, yeah, that might stray into being more of a conspiracy theory. Just because one is paranoid doesn't automatically mean they're incorrect about the abstract. Like there could be this one paranoid person that's actually being tracked and targeted, but it's because they have a digital trail that sets off red flags. Yeah, exactly. Paranoia isn't inherently like meaning that just because someone feels paranoid doesn't inherently mean that the thing that they are paranoid about isn't valid, you know? But in psychology, we tend to be, but that's just like a normal reaction, right? In psychology, we tend to be more interested in when people feel like that when there isn't a reason for them to feel like that. Yeah. Sent you a paper on feelings of individual victimization and conspiracy belief. The answer seems to be, yeah, amazing. Thank you so much. Let's have a look. Oh, it's a big sample. We love that. I've literally just added this to my Zotero literally like a week ago. Yes. Incredible. What good timing. Is this... Wait. It's open access. We could read this on stream. We could read this on stream one day too. Incredible. Incredible. Thank you, Mylon. And also, Rurik, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome into the research participation pool. Is it weird that I can hear what Psydere is referring to, even though she's not mentioning anything? I mean, it's a common thing that you see, right? It's a common thing that you see in society. Saddest thing about conspiracy theories is that the real ones are never as cool as the fake ones. It's true. The fake ones can get really funky and interesting and cool. And then, yeah. And then the real ones are just depressing. Oh dear. What's an example of a real one? An example of a... Okay, this one is not political. This is just a thing that happened and it's very well documented. Go and have a look into it if you're interested. Actually also related to this topic, actually. So on brand. One conspiracy that it started as a conspiracy theory and then it progressed into turning out to actually be real. Watergate is a good one. That is a good example. Another one is in like the 90s, there was a conspiracy, quote unquote conspiracy theory And at the time, it was a conspiracy theory because there was no evidence of it. But at the time, it was a conspiracy theory, like throughout the 70s, 80s, 90s, that oil companies, like large oil companies, were funded, or rather people, and also people attached to oil companies, like millionaires attached to oil companies, were funding disinformation campaigns about climate change. And it turned out in like kind of the late 2000s, early 2010s, like they did a bunch of undercover investigations found that actually that was true. So it was I can't remember which one. I think it was the Koch brothers. Let's see. I can't remember what oil firm they were linked to, but they had like they'd set up this foundation, and it was. Let's see. Oh, it's literally just Koch Inc. Okay. Makes sense. But yeah, it turns out they'd set up a foundation that was pumping out loads of funding to climate disinformation. So they were involved in a massive, large scale disinformation campaign about climate change. So yeah, there was also tobacco. Yeah, that's another really good one. So yeah, there was also a large-scale disinformation campaign from the tobacco industry about the health and safety of tobacco. So ironically, we've seen it quite a few times where like scientists will be saying like, hey man, this is a thing. I am concerned. There is now developing scientific consensus that we should be worried about this. And then, big industry, as the conspiracy theorists like to call it, it turns out that there is actually some things that they may be working on and conspiring on and trying to undermine that scientific consensus. So generally, if you hear a lot of scientists all saying the same thing, listen to us, please. Please listen to us. And then if you hear a bunch of like podcasters and influencers saying, no, the scientists are wrong, actually, then there's a very good chance that they're... Well, no, not a very good chance. There's not a very good chance. Let me correct myself. There is a small chance that they may be receiving some kind of funding from people who would gain to benefit from undermining science. That's not politics. That's unfortunately just the realities of the scientific ecosystem that we're in. Science is progressing, and some people don't like the way that it progresses because it would affect their wealth. Yeah. So if you hear people saying, don't listen to scientists, be skeptical. Be skeptical. MK Ultra. Yeah, MK Ultra is another really good example of a conspiracy theory that turned out to be a real conspiracy. The real part is the government is working on advanced interrogation techniques involving drugs, and then it became government is planting mind control cells into the general population. Yeah, I mean, this is a good example, right? Oftentimes the conspiracy theory, like sometimes it might have a grain of truth to it, and then it turns out that, like, you know, the thing that people were talking about is just massively like off base. But the core of it, which is that like the government is working on advanced interrogation techniques, that might be true. You know, that's probably leaked out from somewhere, and it's just kind of like got interesting and exciting and weird because people were telling each other the story, and it's snowballing into something bigger than it actually is. But yeah, generally it's a thing, unfortunately, where sometimes there will be billionaires and millionaires spending a lot of money to say, don't listen to the scientists. Conspiracy theory is a conspiracy theory. Just because it was proven doesn't mean it stops being a conspiracy theory. If you feel better, say later proven true conspiracy theory or something like that. That's not necessarily true, because a conspiracy theory is by definition like a belief or a suspicion that something is happening regardless of what the evidence says. The second that there is evidence coming out showing that there was an actual conspiracy, it's no longer a conspiracy theory. It's just a conspiracy. Does that make sense? Like the theory tag on at the end is very specifically about people's beliefs. But once it goes into being verified and in the public domain, it kind of becomes like shared knowledge, and it's accepted widely that it was an actual conspiracy that happened, and that means it's not a theory anymore. Conspiracy theory to conspiracy law. I always say conspiracy fact, but that's not entirely the right way. So the real conspiracy theories involve Koch brothers. The fake ones involve George Soros. The things with George Soros are also quite interesting, right? Because it's never just George Soros. It's always like George Soros and his minions, first of all. So that's the first thing I would like to point out, is that oftentimes, like, if you think this is a conspiracy theory about one person, it's actually a group of people that they're representing. Yeah. So like it's like that person is considered the prototypical example of the group that the conspiracy is about. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, conspiracy theories about George Soros. Honestly, I don't really understand what most of them are. I've tried to find out, and it's just like he eats babies or something. I have no idea what's going on with those. I was more down into this rabbit hole when I first started my PhD, and I was actually having to look at conspiracy theory like online boards and stuff all the time. I've distanced myself a little bit from it now, because it's not good for your mental health to do that. Trust me, I'm speaking from experience when I say that. Let's see. To be fair, scientists say should be questioned. It just means it usually means one biased study said one thing I wanted to hear. It depends on the context, okay? If it's a scientist saying the scientific consensus is this, go away, check their credentials, make sure that they are actually who they say they are. But if they are like genuinely, you know, an active researcher, they're involved in the scientific community, they go to conferences, etc., and they're saying that this is the scientific consensus, go away, see if you can find a few other scientists saying the same thing. And once you've found a couple, like once you've found like 3 maybe, that's probably an indication that people generally like in the field agree. The same as that if you can find a bunch of outreach materials or like science communication stuff on a topic that's all kind of saying similar stuff, it's the same thing. Like if you can look at websites like The Conversation, for example, and they will have a lot of short like articles. They're kind of like, sometimes they're summary of journal articles, sometimes they're kind of overviews on topics. And it will tell you, like, after you read a couple on the topic at hand, you will start to pick up what the consensus is. But yeah, if somebody's just like, scientists said that, I don't know, scientists said that chocolate cures cancer, then yeah, be suspicious of that. It's like when it's overstating the findings, you need to be careful. Let's see. I'm speed reading. So the egg price, the egg industry price gouging was one that made me pull my hair out. A whole bunch of social media stuff stating wild things when we've literally just had reports in the Wall Street Journal and Newsweek where the egg industry heads stated that they found a new way to increase profits, coordinate their prices and raise them. I was reading it while they were bragging about record profits, going, that is a crime. Oh dear. Yeah, that's painful. That's painful. There are a few less fun things that I can imagine than having to professionally lurk conspiracy forums. It was not great. I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't the best thing I've ever done. Yeah, it was a bit depressing. It was a bit of a rabbit hole. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, not ages. Thank you. Welcome in. I'm sorry, we're gonna get attacked by an ad again. I'm so sorry. Let me catch up with chat while the ad is going. And then we'll get back to the paper. My favorite one is chemicals are triggering the natural biological reaction in hermaphroditic frogs. There we go. We got there eventually. And they are turning the freaking frogs gay. That's a pretty good one. I mean, that one's just funny though, isn't it? Like, do people actually believe that? I'm sure they do. Yikes. The oil industry still has their CO2 is life ads on YouTube citing misrepresented climate studies. The scientists decried those ads. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's like, there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of stuff out there, unfortunately, linked to climate change that is just objectively wrong. And there's also, thankfully, there's also a lot of really, really good like science communicators and public engagement professionals and stuff doing really good work around that now. So people are starting to get a better understanding of what climate change is and how important it is and stuff like that. But it's a bit too late, really, isn't it? And it's frustrating because like the companies didn't even necessarily have to have like they could have profited by being early adopters. Do you know what I mean? Like if they'd have been like, you're right, we should invest in solar panels, for example, then they could have made money off of that too. It's like, come on. Yeah. They do believe the chemicals in frogs. Oh dear. If you go to the uncomfy sections of the interwebs, they very much hold to it. Oh Lord, oh no. That makes me distressed. I don't like that. I don't like that. Not one bit. Oh dear. Oh dear. Preppers love solar. This doesn't surprise me because it's very, like, depending on where you live, it's like self-sustaining and stuff like that. You know, off the grid, etc. But yeah. Oh dear. I guess investing in oil had better return on investment. Yeah, maybe. I am not sure. Sorry. I'm like processing 7 things at once. I apologize. I guess it did. It's just, I think it's more like, that in marketing, there's a few different like concepts around like you can try and grow your product within the niche, or you can try and grow the niche as a whole. And I guess it's the same in reverse. Like you can see your product shrinking, you can try and stop the shrinking of your product. But if you can see the niche of your product shrinking, especially when it's one that's like entirely dominant like that, like I guess the response is just like, oh no, make it stop, you know? May not be self-sustaining, but at the very least it will lower your electricity bill. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like you can be off the grid if you want to be. That's what I mean. Yeah. The US gets more sun than most of Europe, so it's probably a bit more viable. Yeah, it's true. I see people with solar panels here in Ireland and I'm like, why? Why? It's like there's like 4 days of sun here in the whole year. Like, what are you doing? What? Why? Why have you made this decision? This seems very, very silly to me. Thank you for the follow, Sunvoid. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Okay. Companies do not like to invest in things that replace their primary product because the primary product works well. This is the thing, though. That's just a silly approach because things change, markets change. You got to adapt, man. You got to adapt. Okay. Right. So, cool. Where do we get to? Okay, likewise, it has been argued and found that conspiracy theories are rooted in the dynamic interplay of multiple factors. Conspiracy theories not only reflect distrust, but also serve as a means to simplify and understand a complex and distressing reality, to make attributions for one's own disadvantaged position, and to ventilate one's anger. Yeah. There's like all sorts of research into like the motivations behind believing conspiracy theories. I can't remember if this... I think this paper, yeah, this paper came out before like the main, what I would call like the quote unquote main paper on that that came out in the last like 10 years, which was, it was by Karen Douglas and colleagues. And it was in 2017 and it was like basically laying out a framework for motivations of believing conspiracy theories. And it was like, existential, epistemic, and social motives. But yeah, that came after this paper, so that's kind of fun. Kind of fun to go back in time before that framework existed. Read a comment on r/non-credible defense that solar energy tends to be decentralized versus oil and gas. A country using solar is less vulnerable to drone or airstrikes. Interesting. I mean, things generally, I think that's probably the same could be said for generators though. Like in parts of Ireland, it's really, really common for houses to be heated entirely by like independent like oil tanks. So I'm not convinced. Not convinced. I mean, it makes sense conceptually, but yeah. I think the centralization versus decentralization is probably more to do with like, is it a higher income country or not? And like, is it a rural area or not? You know? Oil is something that people need to keep buying. Solar panels are things that people need to buy once or twice. That's very true. But then they need maintenance though. They do need maintenance. Karen and Co. That's a source to trust. Karen Douglas is actually a source to trust. I can vouch for her. You got generators are still reliant on being provided oil. This is very true, actually. You are very, very true. You are very, very true. Brilliant. You are very correct. That's the word. Okay. Right. Okay, back to the paper. Back to the paper. But is she a VTuber? No. But she could be. Oh no. Can we convince Karen Douglas to be a VTuber? I wonder how many academics in general we could convince to be. It's me. I'm here to convince all of the VTubers. No. I'm here to convince all of the academics to be VTubers. This is what to do. This is what we're doing. Oh no. Zoom does have avatars. It does. It does. Noam Chomsky VTuber. Dear Lord. That is something that the world simultaneously needs and absolutely doesn't need. Noam Summer. No, okay, no. Oh dear. Like that one lawyer that accidentally became a cat. Yeah, I remember. That makes me happy. I still think about that regularly. Hey Karen, want to be a VTuber? I'll think about that. But I've already made you a model. Just try it out. Maybe we could certainly try. We could certainly try. Oh dear. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but we could try. We could try. Shall I reach out to Karen Douglas and see if she'll come and talk to us on stream? Shall I send her an email? She might not be a VTuber. One of my Oshis. That's such a mood. That's such a mood. You all don't understand. Okay, Karen Douglas is like one of the big, like, okay, we're memeing about this. Me and Mylin are in the know, I think, right? I'm not sure if anyone else is, okay? Saying like, let's get Karen Douglas onto the stream is basically the equivalent of saying like, let's get Richard Feynman onto the stream. Like, she is the professor in conspiracy theory research in psychology. Like, it's not happening. Maybe though. There's no harm in asking. Oh dear. Yeah, getting someone from the dead is a bit harder. That's true. It's true. What's the worst that could be happening? You folks have no idea. That's true. You all don't know how bad it could potentially go. Does she know what VTubers are? She does. I can confirm that Karen Douglas at least has heard of the concept of a VTuber. Oh dear. Anyway. Moving on. Let's go back to the paper. Okay. Empirical research. This is so important to me. Okay, I'll strongly consider it. I'll strongly consider it. Maybe that should be one of the subathon goals, actually. Husband, add it to the list. A subathon goal is that we'll reach out to Karen Douglas and see if she will come on the stream and talk about conspiracy theory beliefs. The conspiracy is coming together. Oh Lord. That sounds so much worse than it actually is. Subathon goal, we're kidnapping our Oshi. That's yes. Oh dear. Okay. Anyway. Anyway. Yeah, let's go back to the paper now, actually. First I will drink some tea. Hang on. Also, I apologize, Commodore. I do see that you did actually do a hydrate redeem like 25 minutes ago and I just ignored it. I am so sorry. I'm drinking now. The VTuber conspiracy. It's stretch goal. Oh dear. That is not expected, is it? Whenever anybody like asks you, hey, who's your Oshi? They're always expecting you to say like, you know, Iron Mouse or Made Min or Docky Bird or, you know, like Mori Calliope, etc., etc. And then you just whip them with the Professor Karen Douglas. Oh no. I'm not like other VTubers, guys. Goodness gracious. My Kamioshi is Joe Atsinski. Joe Atsinski is... Does he know what a VTuber is? Is it possible? Is it possible? Oh dear. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Okay, right. Research now. We're doing research now. Back to the research. Okay, right. It's possible. We have Psydere PhD here. I'm not actually PhD yet. I haven't submitted my corrections technically. But soon. I have to do that within the next month. Otherwise I am not a PhD. So I should probably finish that. Anyway. This is what we're reading for, right? Okay, right. Empirical research thus far has only... Okay, no, I'm focusing. We're in the zone. We're researching. Okay, right. Okay. Empirical research thus far has only limited attention for the predictors of such organizational conspiracy beliefs. The concept of organizational conspiracy beliefs is a specific form of the more general conceptualization of suspicion by Bobo and colleagues, and the closely associated concept of paranoia, where people can be suspicious of the motives of actions of a single person. I feel so validated. I said that earlier and I hadn't read that. Thanks. Yay! I do in fact know about the thing that I have a PhD in. That's good. Nevertheless, okay, whereas people can be suspicious of the motives or actions of a single individual, conspiracy beliefs by definitions are suspicions about secret activities of a group of powerful actors. Nevertheless, suspicion or just perceived, side note, because there's been a slight change to this, it's just perceived powerful actors. They don't have to actually be powerful, but they have to be perceived as being powerful. Nevertheless, suspicion and conspiracy beliefs are rooted in comparable psychological processes. Both constructs are associated with increased cognitive activity, that is, sense-making efforts, uncertainty, and attributions of malevolent intent to implicated actors. There are thus strong conceptual links between the constructs of suspicion and conspiracy beliefs. In the present study, we seek to explore the role of conspiracy beliefs in an organizational setting. We specifically endorse a three-step approach. First, we examine to what extent organizational conspiracy beliefs can be predicted by both destructive leadership styles, i.e. despotic and laissez-faire leadership, and constructive leadership styles, i.e. participative and charismatic leadership. Are they not going to define those? Question mark? Hello? Hello? People frequently regard their leader as representative of the entire organization, and hence the behavior of leaders may be regarded as diagnostic for the likelihood of foul play within the organization in the form of malevolent conspiracies. Second, we examine a hypothesized mediator of the relationship between these leadership styles and organizational conspiracy beliefs. Integrating the literature on belief in conspiracy theories and leadership, we predict a central role for feelings of job insecurity. Third and finally, we explore whether organizational conspiracy beliefs have implications for employee outcomes. We specifically focus on the extent to which employees feel committed to the organization and the extent to which they plan to resign their job, which is known as turnover intentions. In the following, we first introduce general insights into the psychology of conspiracy beliefs. Then we extrapolate these insights into an organizational context and distill our hypothesis. Hypotheses. Plural. They have multiple. Yes, yes. I yearn for math VTubers. I think I've seen one maths VTuber, but I can't remember their name, and I feel really bad. I feel really bad for that. Yeah. My concern here is there a correlation between management style and the frequency of managers actually conspiring together? Yeah. Well, it's not about whether they're actually conspiring. It's about whether people think that they might be conspiring. It could well be that like the leadership style is a signal of whether a conspiracy will actually occur. But it's also like this paper is specifically looking at whether the employees under that manager think that there is a risk that they could be conspiring, if that makes sense. Yeah. I will be the change I need in the world opens pre-calc book. Do it. Do it. Okay. Right. I'm sorry, I need some water. I've got to the point where I've been yapping so much and not sciencing and my throat is already hurting, so that's not great. How on earth am I going to do a subathon with like 8-hour streams for a whole week? How is that going to work? We'll do it. We'll do it. It'll be fine. Okay. One pertinent finding is that the primary predictor of belief in one conspiracy belief Wait, what? Words. One pertinent finding is that a primary predictor of belief in one conspiracy theory is belief in a different, unrelated conspiracy theory. This suggests that, whereas the content of various conspiracy theories may differ enormously, belief in such theories is grounded in an underlying conspiratorial mindset that can be predicted by a range of dispositional and contextual factors. The literature has moved on since this paper. Slightly. The literature has moved on slightly since this paper, I must say. So we'll see what they say. We'll see what they say. A core theoretical insight is that such a conspiracy mindset is activated particularly in uncertain, fearful, or threatening situations. Early writings by Hofstadter in 1966 already explicated that belief in conspiracy theories is fueled by a desire to explain distressing events that are hard to explain otherwise, especially among citizens who feel powerless or voiceless. More generally, belief in conspiracy theories has been associated with the human desire to make sense of the social world. Uncertain, threatening events have been found to prompt mental sense-making processes designed to promote understanding of the event. Such sense-making is at the core of paranoia, suspicion, and belief in conspiracy theories. Okay, interesting. Empirical research... the worst part about being into maths and not having foundational education for it is, oh yeah, FFTs are cool. Anyway, time to do uni year 1 linear algebra because my understanding is vague and wishy-washy. I mean, if it makes you feel better, I haven't done maths since I was about 15, which was a depressingly long time ago. And I basically had to do like all of my advanced stats courses without having done linear algebra. So yeah, and also without having done calculus. So yeah, I hope that makes you feel better. Half a century ago. It's true. It's true. I'm a frail Victorian child. Oh dear. Oh dear. I am indeed old. Turn of the century old. When I say turn of the century, I mean the turn of last century. Oh dear. Anyway, paper. Where do we get to? Where did we get to? I'm confused. How many frail Victorian children are VTubers? It's actually a prerequisite. I'm not gonna lie. It's a prerequisite. Tungsten cube is actually a phylactery. I don't know what that is, and I live in fear. Keep Chris McDonald's Sprite away from her. Oh dear. Okay, paper. Stop distracting me. Hi, okay, Maggie. Hi. Yes, it's true. All of them. It's actually true. It's true. I listen in the background and it seems less about conspiracy theory and more about revolt against the government, at least the direction. Well, it's going to be the paper. What, the paper? The paper's going to be looking at within an organization though, so there will be no revolting against the government this time. Not today. We're not feeling particularly revolty today. We're not feeling particularly revolting either. It's a Horcrux. I see. Is not completely believing the consensus on a fact a conspiracy theory. For example, am I a moon landing conspiracist because I'm on the fence about whether it was a televised? It depends on the specific fact. So if it would involve a group of powerful people working together to hide the truth, and they're doing it for some malevolent reason, then yeah, it would be a conspiracy theory. But if you're uncertain, that doesn't necessarily mean that you believe the conspiracy theory. It means that you haven't made up your mind, if that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, where are we? Right. Empirical research supports this influence of distressing uncertainty eliciting events on belief in conspiracy theories. For instance, research reveals that... Wait. Okay, yeah. Research reveals that influential, harmful events, such as a president being assassinated, lead to stronger conspiracy beliefs than events that are less influential or harmful. For example, the assassination attempt fails. Such consequence-cause matching in conspiracy beliefs has been found to be attributable to people's sense-making motivation. Why am I struggling to read this so much? Goodness gracious. Okay. Moreover, people believe more strongly in conspiracy theories when they generally lack an experience. When they experience a lack of control. What is going on? Why is my brain not processing? When they experience a lack of control. Finally, the experience of subjective uncertainty predicts the psychological processes underlying the belief in conspiracy theories. All in all, there is a strong consensus in the research that show that conspiracy beliefs gain momentum, particularly in adverse, uncertain social circumstances. That I would say is still substantiated. In fact, if anything, I would say the research, again, it's kind of, it doesn't need to actually be adverse, uncertain social circumstances. It can just be perceived as that. Like, society can be very, very stable. And if you think that it's unstable, then that would also increase your conspiracy beliefs. Okay. They ran out of data on the moon and had to replace half the footage. They're not hiding it. It's just so silly that no one asks. Yeah, exactly. Although I guess it kind of is a conspiracy theory because it's like they're trying to hide the fact that they done goofed, you know? So that's still kind of a conspiracy theory. Okay. These considerations are relevant to predict empirical relationships between leadership and organizational conspiracy beliefs, as leaders have an impact on how adverse employees experience their work environment and the corresponding extent to which they feel uncertain about their jobs. Leadership is one of the most frequently studied topics within the organizational sciences. A primary focus within this research domain is the question of what leadership traits and behaviors determine leader effectiveness. Such features of leaders are usually conceptualized into varying styles of leadership that can be distinguished using a number of dimensions, two of which have received a lot of empirical support. Specifically, how active versus passive a leader operates, also referred to as the agency, control, or dominance dimension, and how supportive or constructive versus unsupportive or destructive a leader acts towards subordinates, also referred to as the communion, love, or affiliation dimension. Interesting, okay. So I'm going to, there we go. I'm just going to highlight this whole section, to be honest, I think. In the present contribution, we focus on the 4 leadership styles that represent these dimensions, namely despotic leadership, which is destructive and active, laissez-faire leadership, so which is destructive and passive, charismatic leadership, which is constructive and active, and participative leadership, which is constructive and passive. They still haven't defined what those... Oh, I think they're going to do it... Yeah, okay, they're finally defining what those words mean. That's good in this next section. They're not hiding it. Nobody is asking. You're asking the wrong questions. I guess that wouldn't technically be a conspiracy theory or a conspiracy. That's a good question, though, actually. If somebody started asking it, then would it magically transition into being a conspiracy theory? That's the real question. And I feel like it would just be that definition regardless of whether people actively believe it or not, you know? We use quite a lot of hypothetical, like, made up conspiracy theories in the research because, like, you don't want to... you can just, like, make stuff up about entirely fictional events and stuff. And, like, make it clear that it's very obviously fictional, like giving it silly names and stuff like that. Because that way you can kind of get people to think in the way that you want them to think, but also not make them believe things about the real world that, like, might be harmful for them to believe. So, yeah. Does that mean conspiratorial mindsets are self-reinforcing since they create perceived adversities? That is such a good question, and yes. That does seem to be what the literature suggests, is that basically, like, conspiracy theories kind of trigger a sense of threat, which, like, people feel threatened by the conspiracy theory, and then because of that, they believe the conspiracy theory more, and then because of that, they feel more threatened, and it just goes round in a cycle. That's like one of the like ideas as to what might be causing it. There is some evidence to suggest that. I don't think it's robust enough that it's like it's an interesting line of inquiry, but it's not robust enough that, like, we can make a consensus on that. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes any sense. But it does seem to be reinforcing to some degree, yeah. Key difference between they messed up and are covering up versus they did it on purpose. I mean, yeah, because I guess it's kind of the... Whoa. Background noise. I guess it's kind of like, first of all, a degree of agency, and second of all, like, the malevolence behind it. I wonder if people would perceive them differently. I actually don't know if any studies ever looked into that. That's a really interesting point. There's probably a similar multiplier effect, similar to the multiplier effect in economics, where it creates a fraction of an effect and then it cycles until the effect is imperceptible. Yeah, potentially. Potentially. I feel like this is one of those things where we could, like, learn a lot more by collaborating with people in other fields, and we're just not. MacBook noises? Shaking my head. Shaking my head. How could you? Oh dear. Okay, right. Ooh, whoops. Okay. Right, paper. Right. Empirical research supports this influence of distressing, uncertainty eliciting events on... Oh wait, we've read this already, haven't we? Yeah, okay, yeah, we're on to the destructive leadership styles. I'm silly. Collaborating with others. Have you met economists? No, I haven't, actually. Funny you would say that. Am I proving your point? Oh dear. Okay. Okay. Right. Destructive leadership styles. Okay. Cool. Okay. How are the 2 destructive leadership styles associated with organizational conspiracy beliefs? Despotic leaders, that is, leaders who behave in an authoritarian, harsh manner towards employees and do not easily accept criticism, are insensitive to the needs of the employees and have been associated with perceptions of abusive supervision. As such, despotic leaders contribute to a work environment where employees feel dominated, controlled, and marginalized. Such feelings of marginalization have consequences for how employees experience their job. Specifically, despotic leaders are likely to elicit feelings of job insecurity among employees. As such, leaders provide little confidence that they will try to retain an employee's position in the face of organizational change. Cool. There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. Cool. And then, in a somewhat different fashion, laissez-faire leaders also contribute to an insecure work environment. They are characterized by a lack of leadership and do not intervene unless it is absolutely necessary. Laissez-faire leaders are hence considered indifferent, and consequently it may be hard for employees to establish how well they perform at their tasks or how much the leader respects them. Laissez-faire leadership has indeed been found to be detrimental to leader effectiveness, and correspondingly it stands to reason that laissez-faire leaders increase employees' feelings of job insecurity. Cool. There we go. This is helpful. These definitions are helpful. I needed them. In sum, although through different types of behaviors, despotic and laissez-faire leadership styles both contribute to the workplace, to a workplace where employees feel insecure about their jobs. Integrating this insight with the notion that feelings of uncertainty stimulate belief in conspiracy theories, it can be expected that these aversive leadership styles predict organizational conspiracy beliefs. Specifically, due to their influence on the experience of job insecurity, despotic and laissez-faire leadership stimulate employees to make sense of their leaders' behavior and of the circumstances that they find themselves in. Building on the literature on conspiracy beliefs reviewed above, it can be predicted that such mental sense-making efforts manifest themselves in conspiratorial perceptions among employees, stipulating that their supervisor could be involved in larger, secret schemes within the organization that are designed to deceive or harm them. Based on this line of reasoning, we formulate the following hypotheses. Hypothesis 1A, a despotic leadership style positively predicts organizational conspiracy beliefs, and hypothesis 1B, laissez-faire leadership style positively predicts organizational conspiracy beliefs. This is really interesting. This is interesting that they are... I remember this being my big question when I was first reading this, actually, which is that, like, I can fully see, like, the authoritarian leadership style being associated with belief in conspiracy theories within the workplace, because, like, an authoritarian leader probably would conspire against you. That makes sense. It makes sense that they would go behind people's back and work with others with similar goals to try and make their goals happen. The laissez-faire never really made sense to me, because surely a laissez-faire leader who just doesn't get involved unless it's absolutely necessary would just not conspire, because they would be like, nah, I'm not interested. That never made sense to me, even the first time I read this. I don't understand the reasoning there. Oh, I guess it's common for the econ department to not collab with anyone. I see. Interesting. Isn't it hard to start believing that something is wrong? Oh, it isn't hard to start believing that something is wrong with the history, considering today's open media and information and seeing the amount of propaganda. And consequently, before the open information and with more autocrative governments, some people think that much of history is fiction. The only opposing force is the honesty of historians and that countries want to expose to each other. But I'm honestly a bit afraid of hypothetical somethings that all countries have common interest to conceal. I think what Bobo said before about, like, once you've seen it up close, you realize how completely useless they are, and it would be really difficult, not useless, but like how slow moving things are and how difficult it is to prevent leaks. There's a lot of politicking in government, surprise, surprise, but also in the media and even in academia, to be honest. And if somebody is doing something wrong, there's probably also somebody that would benefit from exposing them for doing something wrong. In fact, there's probably a lot of people. Sometimes the whole institution benefits from exposing them for doing something wrong, as we see over and over again in the cases of, like, research fraud, right? There's been quite a few cases where scientists have been found to be either making up their data or doing weird things with their data to try and get the results that they want when they shouldn't have been getting those results. And the whole of science has benefited from exposing those cases. I mean, it's arguably reduced a bit of trust in scientific institutions, but in some ways it has also increased it, because people are like, oh, well, you know, things are actually being corrected and there's more robust processes in place. But yeah, I'm not convinced that, like, if there was anything like that happening, like, I really do think that it would be leaked. It would just be leaked eventually. Like, I'm not being funny, but in the UK, a bunch of protesters managed to literally break onto a like Royal Air Force base and put loads of paint on a plane, like a warplane. So, like, I'm not convinced that like people would be able to hide things like that. Simulate employees is when you replace your workforce with AI. True. Yeah, it requires a cooperation on a scale unprecedented in history, and it's borderline impossible across multiple countries, cultures, timeframes, and continents. Exactly. Like, even when you're just thinking about the fact that different countries have different, like, they benefit from different things, right? So, like, here's an example. There's stuff going through the European Parliament at the minute around labeling of, like, vegetarian and vegan food. And some countries that have a lot of vegetarian and vegan food exports, like the Netherlands and Germany, they benefit actually from being able to label things in certain ways. Whereas other countries that have much less focus on plant-based products and also very big agricultural industries, like, for example, France, do not benefit. They do not benefit. And so certain countries push one way and certain countries push another way. I think literally just looking at how slow the EU is in general and stuff like that is enough to realize like that level of cooperation is, yeah, it's quite difficult. Doing the divide and conquer thing with the employees. Yeah, that seems to be what the despotic leaders would do. Yeah. Is there something like a conspiracy agenda where everyone only has a rough idea on what's the agenda to conspire about? I don't know, actually. Good question. I don't know. Maybe the researchers believe that laissez-faire leaders would make their employees think that the leader doesn't care because they know something. Maybe. I feel like the reasoning behind it, they're just saying like, oh, it makes the workplace uncertain. And like, yeah, it does, but I don't see how that would lead to like belief in conspiracy theorizing, you know? Maybe it's kind of like, oh, we're taking a step back because we know something, but I don't know if that's like the way that people would automatically process it, you know? With many laissez-faire leaders I've had to deal with, they want the status quo to stay the status quo, so working to throw a subordinate or department under the bus can be less effort in their mind versus working properly. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense now. That makes sense. See, the way that they described laissez-faire leaders here makes it sound like they just stay away, like they're just hands off completely. So maybe it's just kind of different in practice than the way that they've described it. My firm and unfounded belief is that people are stupid, systems are smart, and even if they're manned by stupid people, I think that's a valid take. Human error is a thing for a reason. System error is also a thing, but normally that's because humans designed it, you know? Let's see. Twitching with the EU labels. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Conspiracy is an adaptive emergent property of complex systems is a fun topic for sure. Right. This is basically like the like in both sides, like the conspiracy occurring, that's interesting, and then also people believing conspiracies are occurring, that's also interesting. They didn't describe it well. Those leadership styles aren't really explained well here. I see. Okay. That's worrying because that kind of means that's something that I would not have picked up because I don't really know about these leadership styles. That's slightly concerning because that kind of suggests that there might be a bit of a theoretical misunderstanding at the core of the paper. But like the way that you've described it makes a lot more sense. So laissez-faire is more like they don't care unless the status quo is changing, and then they will step in and be like, please do not do that. That makes more sense. There's whole classes on these titles, so yeah, that's fair. And I haven't done any of them. Hands-off leader is still going to have some level of intervention, and subordinates might not know when their boss has screwed them versus when their boss hasn't intervened and when they should have. That's also true. That is also true. Yeah. Ordinary understanding of conspiracies is kind of distracting from this definition of it as an emergent property of a system. Yeah, to be honest, that's something that's like difficult in general. Like that is something that I have like, this is something that I've dealt with a lot just in the process of doing my own research, is that like you say that you research why people believe conspiracy theories, and then people have their own opinions of what that is, because the lay definition of a conspiracy theory is quite different to the research definition. Like when you say conspiracy theory to like like everyday person on the street, you just stop a random person on the street and say, when you hear conspiracy theory, what do you think? There's a chance that they will be like anti-vax. And they would just like, they won't even be referring to the specific thing of like everybody like working, like a group of powerful people working together to secretly hide some truth about vaccines. They will just refer to any negative opinion towards vaccines. And it's like, that's not what it is. Like that is an anti-science belief. Sure, it's an anti-medicine belief, but it's not inherently a conspiracy theory. If you were like, I am opposed to vaccines because I just don't like the vibes of them, that's not a conspiracy theory. If you say, I am opposed to vaccines because I incorrectly believe that there is some kind of toxic chemical in it, that's still not a conspiracy theory. That's misinformation. If you say, I am opposed to vaccines because scientists are actually putting secret chemicals into them and hiding it from us, that becomes a conspiracy theory. But like, that's a distinction that most people don't have in their head. Yeah. Yeah. Also, sorry. Hello. Thank you. Welcome in for the follow. Hitori Kochi. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. And also, I forgot to say that Red Panda and Kate Meggie, thank you both for the lab safety register check-ins. Thank you. I hope you're both good. Anti-science beliefs do often come with a conspiracy from the scientific establishment baked in. I mean, sometimes, but not always. I would really like to know about like the development over time. Like my feeling is that like they start off with some kind of like suspicion or misinterpretation of actual information, and then that becomes misinformation, and then the misinformation ends up with a conspiracy narrative attached to it, if that makes sense. I guess thinking Andrew Wakefield was telling the truth isn't strictly a conspiracy. No, that isn't technically a conspiracy. That's misinformation. Yeah. But then like Andrew Wakefield basically argued that incorrectly the paper was retracted. The whole study was a mess. It was like bad. It was bad research, but he did quote unquote research and published a paper, which he said showed that there was a link between getting vaccinated and later being diagnosed with autism, which was not true. It was not true. It was terrible methodology. And then that spread misinformation where people started thinking, again, incorrectly, that vaccines are linked to autism, they cause autism. That is still just misinformation. It then became a conspiracy of like, it causes autism and scientists are covering it up. So, yeah. Wakefield was unironically an example of a conspiracy because he was asked to find data where there was none and then quadrupled down. Yeah, actually, this is the biggest thing, right? It turns out he was actually like linked to, he had like, I think if I remember correctly, he was financially linked to a company that developed a alternative vaccine to the MMR. So he was actually the conspiracy himself. Like he was involved in the conspiracy himself. Ironic indeed. I can't help but feel the lightness of a conspiracy theory seems like it'd have to be inversely proportionate to how many people would have to be involved for the conspiracy to be true. Yeah, you're probably right, to be honest. I can see that because obviously the more people that are involved, the more likely stuff is to leak. So I believe it. Thank you for the hydrate, Torgamus. I am drinking water. The most dangerous is the conspiracies that are emergent, not even from direct communication, but from a big number of aligning and conflicting interests that bring corruption. And in the end, we fail to notice it and it becomes ordinary for us. I'm trying to process this. But if it's not an active... I feel like that's more just like a comment about systems generally, though. Yeah. Hi, Racco. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. It's going good. We're reading a paper. We're only on page 3 of 13. We should probably keep reading. Yeah, he was financially linked. He was indeed. Andrew Wakefield, financially linked. They were attempting to get approval for the tech overhaul and had to find value-added need for the patent that they were pushing. Oh dear. It was a bad time. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Okay, right. So, oh yeah, and then the second hypothesis was the relationship of despotic and laissez-faire leadership styles with organizational conspiracy beliefs would be mediated with increased feelings of job insecurity. Yeah. No, it's fine. We love going off on tangents in this house. Right, okay. Constructive leadership styles. Let's learn about these constructive leadership styles. Okay. I like that the hypotheses are bolded. Yeah, it's quite satisfying. I do that too, though, to be fair. And then sometimes the journal is like, change it back, and I'm like, oh, okay. We do love a good tangent. Question. I wondered if I wondered if I'm unfounded in the belief that the worst part of modern populist conspiracies is that people become disengaged politically due to beliefs in the system being rigged, which then enables bad faith actors to actually rig the system, while everybody goes, well, it was always like this, when it was in fact not always like this. That's a good question, and I don't think I have the skills to answer that or knowledge to answer that. I don't know. What I can say is that belief in conspiracy theories is associated with disengagement with the traditional political system sometimes. It does seem to be sometimes linked to it. Like, there is a bit of a correlation, but my personal inclination would be like, first of all, it's really hard to follow a causal chain like that, because it's like, yeah, it's a big system. There's lots of degrees of freedom, pain. Research, pain. But also, I've forgotten what the second thing was. Wait. Also, it depends on the content of the conspiracy theory, I think. Like, and that would be the first thing to check, I think, because there are some conspiracy theories that actually can motivate political engagement. Yeah, degrees of freedom of pain. Yeah, that's, yeah. Degrees of freedom. Researcher degrees of freedom, the pain of my life. I suffer. Anyway, okay. Whereas destructive leadership styles are expected to increase organizational conspiracy beliefs, constructive leadership styles may decrease such beliefs. It's generally been noted that constructive leadership styles contribute to a positive work environment by decreasing stress and increasing commitment among employees. These positive effects are evident in both of the constructive leadership styles that are under investigation here, that is, charismatic and participative leadership. Sorry, I had to like process for a second and I don't know why. These positive effects are evident under, yeah, okay, right. Charismatic or transformational leaders inspire employees to think and act in the collective interest and to perceive the organization's goals as their own goals. For instance, charismatic leaders promote employees' feelings that their work is important and they make employees feel more empowered in their jobs. Of particular relevance for the present purposes, charismatic leaders make employees feel more comfortable when faced with the insecurities associated with organizational change. This suggests that charismatic leaders may ameliorate feelings of job insecurity. Following the assumed link between job insecurity and organizational conspiracy beliefs outlined above, charismatic leaders should therefore decrease organizational conspiracy beliefs. We're not listening anyway. Rude. Participative why can I not say this word? Why? Participative leaders, then, solicit the input of their employees by asking for their opinions when important decisions need to be made, and by including them in vital decision-making processes. These consultation behaviours displayed by participative leaders are closely associated with the basic procedural justice strategy of voice. In a wide variety of social settings, applying procedural justice principles helps people to manage basic uncertainties and improve their relation between leaders and followers. These procedural justice effects are also commonly found in the context of organisations. Correspondingly, research reveals positive effects of participative leadership on the feelings of empowerment and trust. These feelings. I'm not doing well today, am I? Goodness gracious. These findings suggest empirical relationships between participative leadership, decreased job insecurity, and therefore also decreased organizational conspiracy beliefs. So in sum, we had the following predictions for supportive leadership styles. I need to highlight this, otherwise I'll forget. There you go. Okay. I'll forget otherwise. Hypothesis 3A, a charismatic leadership style negatively predicts organizational conspiracy beliefs. Hypothesis 3B, a participative leadership style negatively predicts organizational conspiracy beliefs. And hypothesis 4, the relations of charismatic and participative leadership styles with organizational conspiracy beliefs are mediated by decreased feelings of job insecurity. Yeah. Okay. This one makes a bit more sense, I think, up front. Their descriptions seem fairly simple and straightforward, and I have no reason to question them, aside from the fact that one of the previous ones were wrong. So, but I don't know anything about these leadership styles, so I would just have to trust them. The fun part about elections is that even if they are nothing and are about nothing and in a total dictatorship, they still influence the rulers. So if people just kept making petitions, that would probably be great on Parliament too, if they were well-founded and kept getting signatures. Yeah, just irritate them out of their position. Excellent. You need some sort of blackboard on screen to write down the summary of the paper so far. We're getting lost. I mean, to be fair, we're still on the introduction. We're still talking through the theory. I think it will be a bit more simple when we actually, not simple, but it'll be a bit more straightforward, I think, when we get to the methods and stuff. Charismatic leadership styles, lead from the front, follow me, men, and the like. Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, it says about, like, inspiring them to think and act in the collective interest. Yeah, that's not exactly the same thing, is it? Not exactly the same thing. Welcome in, Thamor, welcome in. The term conspiracy theory was coined by the CIA during the JFK event. The term itself is an oxymoron. Conspiracy is a crime committed by more than one person. It cannot be a theory. Well, it can be a theory if it didn't actually happen. If you are that's the whole definition, is that, like, you are alleging that more than one person were committing conspiracy, but regardless of whether or not they actually did it. That's why it's a theory. It's like a theory about what might have happened. Yeah. 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 Okay. Participative are more... It sounds like they're like... They solicit the input of their employees. It sounds like they're the type of leaders that are like... For lack of a better word, they're like in the trenches with the employees. Like, they actually get people involved. But again, that might be wrong. That might be wrong. Charismatic leadership influences the group positively through charismatic action in a way to make the groups better. I see. Okay. I see. Conspiracy is a criminal charge. You cannot charge someone based on a theory. There are multiple definitions of words, and they vary depending on the field. This is a psychology paper. This is not a legal paper. That's my answer to that, okay? Conspiracy may be a criminal charge in the criminal justice system. In psychology research, it means something different, okay? Yeah. In the same way that I don't know. What's an example? There's loads of stuff. Transference. That means different things in different fields. Yeah. Oh man, my throat is starting to hurt. I drink. Murder is a criminal charge, and I can have a theory that someone murdered someone else. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. But again, this is like, we're using the psychology definition. We're not using the legal definition. So the legal definition is kind of irrelevant. Unfortunately, there are only so many words. We can invent new words. They are a social construct. But if you already have a word that kind of describes the thing and you want to, you know, create a new phrase, show me the psychology dictionary then. I can actually, I have a PhD in the psychology of conspiracy theories. And the paper that you're looking for is by Karen Douglas. It was published, it's a review paper by Karen Douglas. There's one, I think it was published in 2020. But it's pretty, there's a lot of citations. It's very easy to find. And then the second one is by Kenzo Nera, and I forgot Schoepfer's first name, but it's Nera and Schoepfer, and they have an entire paper which is just defining conspiracy theories from a psychological perspective. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, the psychology definition was discussed earlier in this very stream. That is true. We did actually we went over the definition of conspiracy theories for like the 70 millionth time. Let me find the Karen paper. My Oshi Karen Douglas. I apologize. It actually was published in 2019 and not 2020. How could I get it wrong by a whole year? Here you go. That's got a definition of conspiracy theories from a psychological perspective, and it's open access, so you can read it yourself. We love that. We stan open access papers. There's more mentorship in participative. I see. Okay. Yeah, theory in physics is basically the same as saying it's a fact. Yeah, exactly. Process is another good example. Yeah, exactly. Like, words mean different things in different contexts. That's why they're a social construct. Also, hi, Mantis. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Me when I purposely misunderstand what the theory part in conspiracy theory relates to. It hurts my feelings. This is how a lot of people like think about psychology terms in general, to be honest. Like, a lot of people will just apply like a kind of, I hate saying like lay person, because I don't know why. Something about that word is always just icky to me. I don't like the word. But people will take a lot of psychology concepts and just like use a kind of like common definition, like a common parlance definition, rather than the actual definition. You see it so many times. You see it in relation to like loads of trauma words, like trigger, for example. That's a good one that I see a lot, is that like people will be like, oh yeah, I'm triggered. Oh yeah, I'm traumatized. People will talk about like, from a sociological perspective, people will talk about like privilege, and they will think that it's like basically saying, oh, you're so well off. And it's like, that's not actually what privilege theory says, but okay. Yeah, there's a lot of misunderstanding, and that's why like if you're doing any kind of public engagement or science communication, it's really, really important to make sure that you kind of like define things up front, because otherwise people just misunderstand. And it's okay. Like if you don't know, if you're not an expert in the area, why would you know how the word is used? Like, of course you're going to assume it's just the common parlance phrase. And that's exactly, you know, it happens, but that's why it's so important to make sure that people understand how we're defining things. Yeah. Yeah, it was actually defined in the paper too. That's right. They did have a definition earlier in this paper about how they define organizational conspiracy theory beliefs. By the way, if you want to read the paper yourself, it's in the pin. It's in the pinned comment. Yeah. Also, sorry, Wandrak, hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Human language is not an efficient means of communication. Telepathy, please. It's true. I wish that I could invent that. I would be so happy. It would make my life so much easier. And that's what many of them are. I'm probably conflating terms. Still, conspiracies are supported by people who unknowingly built subsystems, which works back and forth, propagating and concealing it. One part is aggressive and the other uses accordingly aggressive propaganda. So the other part is peaceful and takes a moral high ground. Both are genuine, but both benefit from the propaganda. Oh, I'm not sure if I entirely understand, to be honest. I don't think that I'm following this stream of thought. Yeah, not just Oshi. Just Oshi, not Cammy Oshi. No, to be fair, Karen Douglas would probably be my Cammy Oshi. I'm not gonna lie. Me looking at a conspiracy theory researcher encountering an occupational hazard on stream. It's fine. It's fine. Look, we encourage people to like learn things. I want people to learn things. But you know, don't come in and be like, I'm right. It's like, I literally have a PhD in the thing, you know? That's not getting us off to a good start. I want you to learn stuff. I want you to feel welcome in the stream, regardless of what you believe. If you believe conspiracy theories, you know, fair play. A lot of people do. That's completely fine. It doesn't change the fact that like it's useful to understand why people believe those things. And maybe you would learn a bit more about yourself. Who knows? Feel bad for the psychologists. With sociology, it's mostly problematic and emotional labor that gets abused and performative. That one is fascinating. Yeah, right? There's so much stuff around, like, there's so much interesting use of sociological words in various, especially like in relation to like social justice and stuff. It's super, super interesting. I love watching it, but also it stresses me out. Oh dear. I think it's much simpler. They really are annoyed by being called a conspiracy theorist because there is not an unreasonable stigma. There's a paper about that was also by Kenzo Nera. It was a really interesting paper. I liked that paper a lot. It was about like how people feel when they are labeled a conspiracy theorist. It's very cool. Also, hi, Young Lord. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Okay, I'm sorry. There's about to be another ad. I'm so sorry. I'm actually going to use this ad to go and take a very quick break because I've run out of water and my throat's getting a bit angry at me. So I will be back very, very shortly. Yeah, I will see you in a second. I'll be a few minutes.
My beans! Ah!
I am back. I have drunk some water, coughed aggressively, and eaten some chocolate. And my throat feels a lot happier now. So that's good. Yummy. Okay. Hi, back. I'm Dad. Was there a need? She has returned as foretold. Yes. I have returned with the strongest potions. Okay. Okay. Right. Where are we? Here we are. We're here. Okay. Organizational conspiracy beliefs and employee outcomes. Okay. Let's do it. Let's read. Okay. An additional goal of the present contribution is to investigate the relationship between organizational conspiracy beliefs and employee outcomes, specifically organizational commitment and turnover intentions. Such employee outcomes are associated with leadership styles and hence frequently recognized as indicators of leadership effectiveness. Previous research has documented that job insecurity experts are an influence on both those employee outcomes. Notably, job insecurity has been found to decrease organizational commitment, that is the extent to which employees connect their identity to their organization. Likewise, job insecurity increases turnover intentions, that is the intention to quit one's job in the foreseeable future. Little is known, however, about the question of whether organizational conspiracy beliefs explain a substantial portion of the variance in these effects of job insecurity on employee outcomes. Let's see. In the present study, we investigate whether or not organizational conspiracy beliefs can predict such employee outcomes and explore the possibility that it mediates the effects of job insecurity. Belief in conspiracy theories has been found to alienate people from the social system that they function in, and to psychologically and behaviorally disengage them from their leaders. Extrapolating these insights to an organizational context, employees may be unwilling to connect their identity to the organization if they believe that powerful members representing that organization conspire against them. By the same token, that seems fairly straightforward and makes sense. By the same token, it is likely that employees are more open to the possibility of leaving their organization to the extent that they believe that their organization is permeated with conspiracies. These considerations suggest that organizational conspiracy beliefs have sizable implications for employees' commitment towards the organization, as well as for their intention to quit their jobs. We will be testing the following hypotheses. 5A, organizational conspiracy beliefs negatively predict organizational commitment, and 5B, organizational conspiracy beliefs positively predict turnover intention. Cool. Okay. Cool. This makes sense, I think. This makes sense. Heartbroke, just earn some more money. What? It's time to sign up to Prolific. Did you know that you can take part in research and earn money for it, and also help science by taking part in the research? Please, 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 please sign up, because they have too many people that are scientists on there. The general public aren't represented enough. Help. I'm not actually sponsored by them, but I should totally get a sponsorship from them. Okay. An ad read in my stream? It's not an ad read. I just like them. My data quality on them is a lot better than it is on mTurk, to be honest. Sign up where? I don't actually know. I actually don't know. That should be a sponsorship. I might actually reach out to them and ask. I could ask. Imagine. That would be wild. That would be wild. I should tweet them. Prolific. It's like a research participation software where you can get paid money to take part in research. Prolific as in like, wow, this thing is really prolific. And I don't know, that's that probably didn't help. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see. I am confused. Where am I? Right, okay, method. We're on the method. Let's go. Let's go. Honestly, for certain podcasts and streamers, the demographics would be like more likely to sign up. Yeah, right. I should actually reach out to them and see if I should actually reach out to them and see if they actually would do a sponsorship, because that'd be kind of funny. Me, when the platform that connects professionals with their target audience is 90% professionals and 10% target audience. Legit, actually, that's how it feels. That's how it feels. Okay. Right. Method. The study was conducted through Amazon MTurk, which basically, if you don't know, platforms like MTurk and Prolific, they basically pay people to take part in online activities or surveys or experiments. So you can just basically load your survey on there, be like, yeah, man, it takes 20 minutes. I will pay you 20% of minimum wage. Wait, no, that's not right. I will pay you 20 minutes worth of minimum wage. That's what I was trying to say. I will pay you 20 minutes worth of minimum wage. Take part in my research. And then people are like, okay, I am being paid. That sounds like a good incentive. I am going to do it. Unfortunately, my experience is that MTurk is... for a long time, they didn't really have any vetting on who was signing up. So it was a lot of people... Yeah, I don't know the details, but MTurk has a pretty rough reputation. Yeah, yeah. My experience is that when I did one study on MTurk, and I was like, never again, because the data quality was so bad. It was so bad. I had filtered it to just people that were living in a certain English speaking country, and I would say about a third of the responses, like there were like open response questions, so people could type in their own answers, and like they were just incoherent. They didn't make any sense whatsoever. A lot of them were just copied and pasted in. I think that if it wasn't botted, it was people had basically lied about where they live, and they were probably filling it out from somewhere else. VPNs still exist. Yeah, exactly. Like they can just... If there's no vetting, then anyone can sign up. I think if I remember correctly, Prolific and Cloud Connect or Cloud Research or whatever they're called, they've changed their name a few times, I think. I think those ones do have vetting on who signs up. I don't know anything about like the others that you've put there, Cleaper, like Pinecone, user interviews, Respondent IO. I don't know about those ones. I've been using Prolific, and I would say 90% of the responses are normally good quality, which is very, very good. Yeah, very, very good compared to the other platforms that I've attempted to use. So yeah, there should be 100 minutes in an hour. I agree. Why do we do that? That's kind of silly. That's kind of silly. Me, when Mechanical Turk went to it from a person pretending to be a bot to bots pretending to be persons. Yeah, honestly. Pain. Are the organizational conspiracy theories here already presuming inherent class warfare between management and employees already? I actually don't know. Also, hi, hi, how are you doing? I don't know. That has kind of like not really been discussed at all. Probably just because it's like beyond the scope of the paper, but it's just... They're putting it down more to leadership styles. So like certain leadership styles get people, you know, enjoying the workplace environment, and others don't. That's what they're looking at with this so far, but we can read more about the method and see what they say. The Z is approaching your location at sea with very violent intent. I will fight her. Who do you think would reckon? Who do you reckon would win in a fight? Who would win? Me or her? I think probably her. I think I'm the type of person that would like have a jelly bean thrown at me and I would flop over in a state of pain. I do apparently fight monsters as a magical girl, though. That is in my lore, allegedly. History and basics numbering system. Yeah. I want to know more about the basics numbering system. That sounds fun. She has more experience with power tools and experiencing a tussle. That's okay. Yeah, I would, yeah. You are a frail autistic Victorian child. She will tell you your beans suck and you will implode. It's true. It's true. Oh, it's true. I can't even deny it. I just...
My beans!
I feel like that was the most like, my beans. I felt that one. What's in your lore and what you actually do is like what's in your job description versus what your actual day-to-day. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But like at least I'm consistent with the lore, right? We do fight misinformation. I just don't do it violently. Non-violent fighting in this house. Thank you very much. Bribe her with coffee so you don't have to fight her. I'm scared of like caffeinated Z. I do actually have some nice decaf coffee, so like in my cupboard, because I used it to make tiramisu a little while back. So it's possible. I could bribe her. It's time. Speaking of being a frail Victorian child, it is time for the medicine ASMR, everybody's favourite part of the stream. Yippee! Yippee! The violence is more fun. No, we're non-violent here. We're non-violent here because I can't cope with that. Okay, we've got the medicine ASMR today, but it's an extra one because I actually haven't got my medicine out of its little packet yet. So you get to hear that. So that's good. Oh god. How do I open this actually? Hello? I can't open it. Wait. Okay. This isn't helping the frail Victorian child allegations. What day is it today? It is Sunday. Good. Can you hear it? Can you hear the... I don't know if you can hear this actually. Allegations. Okay. And then here's number two. Number two of the medicine ASMR. Can you hear this? Can you hear this one? This is so exciting. I think my noise gate is getting rid of it actually. Yay! When I'm told there's more than 4 digits in pi. There's more than 4 digits in pi? What do you mean? Can't hear it. This is so sad. This is so sad. I set up my audio so well that there's no pill ASMR anymore. This is really, really distressing. This was always definitely everyone else's favourite part of the stream. This isn't just me inserting what I think is funny and nobody else thinks is funny. Of course not. Of course not. It could never be that. It's childproof so an adult can't open it. This is true. That's me when I try and get any laundry detergent out. They're an irrational number. Don't. Please don't, actually. Please don't. Pi only has 2 digits. You're right. You're so right. Pi is 4, right? 4.0. What even are the digits of pi? I remember, I think I remember 3.1415, but I don't remember beyond that. Maybe there's a 9. I can't remember. I don't need pi as a psychologist. This may surprise you. You are locked in a psych ward with a person who's weirdly enthusiastic about her pills. ASMR is not what I anticipated when waking up. No! Wait! That's such a funny idea. That's a really cursed, really funny idea for an ASMR. We could... Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out, okay? Okay, hear me out. ASMR, except it's the psychologist and they're bringing you your pills. Wake up, it's time to take your medicine. No, okay, that's actually quite good. I'm sure somebody's already done that. All of them, all the numbers are in pi. It's true, actually. All of the numbers are in pi. You trying to start a fight? No, I would never. I would never start a fight. I'm non-violent. Whoa. I meant to do that. That's just Pavlovian conditioning. You can't fool me. Oh dear. I wonder if I could Pavlovian condition all of you to what could I I wonder if I could condition something one day. That would be unethical. I would never do that. Ethics board, if you're watching that, I would never do that. Of course, I would never do that. But wouldn't it be kind of fun? Wouldn't it be kind of fun? Hi, Tayu! Hi! Welcome in. How are you? I hope you're good. Evil Psydere be like. Oh dear. Yes. This is just normal, to be honest. This is normal Psydere. This is normal Psydere. We give consent. Oh dear. Okay, shall we get back to the paper now? I've done my pill ASMR. We're good to go. We are good to go. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate, Racco. I will indeed drink some water. It says there was meant to be a sound alert and I'm not seeing a sound alert. Where are... Hello? Where are they? Hello? I'm not hearing a quack. This is now just gonna randomly play. This is now just gonna randomly play in the middle of me talking. Like, we're gonna go back to reading the paper and then it would just be quack. And oh, okay.
My veins! Ah!
Why did that one not work? Yeah. Okay. Some of them like to work and some of them have decided against it. Okay. That or I just didn't hear it. That's also possible. I can't hear anything. I heard that one. Goodness gracious. Okay. What is going on? Okay. What alert? There's already a crack on my screen. Okay. I swear I will end you. I will end all of you. Yeah, it might be lag. It might be lag. I don't know what's going on. That was incredible. Incredible. It's true. It's true. I will end you first because you encourage them. You encourage them, Husmod. You encourage their bad behavior. Oh dear. I can't. My order rises. The Order of the Tungsten Cube. Hi, Brick Boy. Hi. How are you doing today? How are you doing? I hope you're good. Jet 2 holiday. Oh no. Now I'm hearing it. Thanks. No, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. No, this is the wrong song. Wait. Right, okay. Okay. We're doing this the proper way. We're doing this the proper way. You hear this? This is the Jet 2 holiday song. I think about it a lot. Oh dear. No, yes. I'm making it louder just because you've said that. We're listening to the Jet2 holiday song and you can't stop it. This is all of your fault. This is what you've done to me with those constant sound alerts. I'm making you listen to the Jet2 holiday song. This is what you've done. This is what insanity looks like. Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday, and right now you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off of a family of 4. We've got millions of free child holiday places available with 22 kilos of baggage included. Book now with Jet2 holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, this is a science stream, everybody. This is a science stream. Anyway. I'm gonna send you a threat in the mail. Please don't. Oh gosh. Thank you for the on-screen celebration, spooky one. This is what happens when you give me power. I abuse it. I abuse it. This is how to break a British person's sanity. Oh god, we need to turn the song off. I can't do this anymore. I love how you've got the ad read memorized. I'm gonna be so real with you, Racco. It is literally everywhere. All the time, 24/7. If you go to the cinema, they will play it at least twice. If you turn on TV, they will play it in every single ad break. If you turn on the radio, you will hear it at least once an hour. It is literally everywhere. I even walk through like city centers and I will see like a text version of the same ad read. It's wild. It's everywhere. It's threatening. Oh dear. This has got to be a mental landmine for the UK since we only get that through social media and you guys have it as an actual ad. Yes, it's really bad. The only ad I remember from the cinema is the unreasonably banger McDonald's ad. See, I remember quite a few, unfortunately, but most of them are like weirdly specific local ones. They have traumatized an island. Yes, they have traumatized an entire island. What's that holiday ad that had Christmas music and plays all day? I don't know. Has anyone actually used a Jet2 holiday? Yes. I know so many people in my actual day-to-day life who actively go on Jet2 package holidays. It's actually a thing. They're like actually massive. And it's like all of the most generic places that a British person could possibly go to. It's like, let's go to Alicante. Let's go to Ayia Napa. Let's go to Ibiza. We're going to Mallorca. Yippee! So bad. So bad. Yeah, that's the only thing that we're allowed to look at on the internet now is the Jet2 holidays ad. That's actually true. The Online Safety Act has banned us from viewing literally everything except the Jet2 holidays ad. And that's why if a British person goes on TikTok, they open up TikTok and we see nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. 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 If you just scroll up, it's just what all you get. There's nothing else. We also have no other companies. Everything is Jet2. If you want to go to the hospital, nothing beats a Jet2 hospital. You want to go get a burger, nothing beats a Jet2 burger. Like it's all just Jet2. All of it. This is definitely how the UK works. Brexit has done weird things to the economy. It's true. It's true. Our economy is now entirely supported by the monopoly that is Jet2. Everything was privatized to Jet2. We have nothing. We have nothing but Jet2. Jet2 pudding. I've actually had a Jet2 pudding before, actually. Jet2 holiday runs the UK. Yeah, this is the real conspiracy theory, guys. Like, we've been talking about organizational conspiracy theories. This is the real conspiracy. The Jet2 conspiracy. We said it as Gen 2 holidays. I would go on a Gen 2 holiday. I would pay extortionate amounts of money to go and see penguins. That is so valid. That omnipresence is more unethical than the Pavlov experiment idea. I wonder if it is a Pavlov experiment idea. Yeah, it's like Mariah Carey singing Christmas songs and they start really, really early. We have a similar thing in the UK and Ireland. There's like a Wham song, I think. Is it a Wham song? Let me check. Yeah, Last Christmas by Wham. It plays like literally like on repeat. We do have also Mariah Carey, you know, All I Want for Christmas Is You. We have that on repeat also. But like, it is literally like a game that I play with my friends. Is like, have you been whammed yet at Christmas? So whoever can go the longest without hearing Last Christmas by Wham, they win. Whamageddon, exactly. The Whamageddon is beginning. Oh dear. Hi Novishka, hi. How you doing? Yeah, this might be a paper that you're interested in. Yes, this is a paper about organizational level conspiracy theory beliefs, which is very cool. It's very, very cool. The Wham song is number 2. See, I think it's the other way around in the UK and Ireland. I think we have Wham song as number 1 and then Mariah Carey as number 2. And then number 3 is Rage Against the Machine. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard of that game. My uni played it in the street. I feel so valid. Have you been whammed is such a great game to play at Christmas. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Astral. I did actually just drink. I saw it and I drank and I didn't say thank you. Thank you. I thought you were going to say this is a paper about Jet 2 holidays. Yes. I wonder if... I wonder if there is actually a paper about Jet 2 holidays. Are they like actually getting extra business because of the fact that their ad became a meme? This is something I would like to know. Let's see. Since 2024, are there any papers about Jet 2 holidays? There are a surprising number of papers that at least mention Jet 2 holidays, but they are largely about sustainability and air travel. So, yeah. There's also one that says the asymmetric effect of all-inclusive holiday service quality attributes on tourist satisfaction. That sounds kind of fun. Yeah. But there's nothing about the Jet 2 holiday meme. Oh, wait, hang on. This is in Spanish. This is in Spanish. Let me translate. The role of influencers in the promotion of tourism in Tenerife. Why are you playing again? Why? I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for you to play this again. What? Okay. Please go away. Why? Make it stop. Make it stop. I deserved that. You summoned it. They're listening. The Jet 2 holidays are listening. I'm scared. You never ask for Jet 2 holiday. Jet 2 holiday comes whether you ask it or not. Yeah, it's a Beetlejuice situation. If you go into a dark room, look in the mirror and say Jet 2 holidays 3 times, then they will appear behind you and transport you to Tenerife. It's true. Okay. Can't leave now, no. Okay. Right, let's get back to the paper because we're getting too out of hand. This is getting ridiculous. We're only 5 pages in. Right. This study was conducted through Amazon Mechanical Turk, where it was advertised as a survey regarding leaders at work. Mechanical Turk is an internet forum, interesting description. It's a platform, but okay, that often yields more demographically diverse respondents and at least equally reliable data. Oh, compared to other types of samples. Okay, well, maybe back then it was. It's not anymore. Moreover, many well-established cognitive behavioral effects replicate on MTurk as well as other samples. The study lasted for about 15 to 20 minutes and participants received 75 cents as a reward. That's not great. That's not great. Keep yapping. We've done enough yapping. No more Jetsu holidays. Right. Okay, there we go. We want this. Participants. All participants were from the US. In the study, we asked them to conduct the take part in the study only if they had been actively employed for at least 3 months in their current organization, if they have a supervisor, and if their current organization has at least 10 employees. Initial data screening revealed that 7 participants did not meet these criteria and they were excluded. The remaining sample... I'm actually going to highlight all of those requirements. There we go. Okay. The remaining sample contained 107. Where did I get that from? The remaining sample contained 193 participants. They had so they were mostly men, age range between 21 and 61. Mostly, it looks like the average was in their 30s. And participants had a mean tenure in their organization of 5.12 years. And the range was from 6 months to 30 years. And the median size of the organization that participants worked for was 67 employees, ranging from 10 to 100,000. That's quite a lot of small businesses. Okay. Right. Just highlight the entire paper. That way you won't miss anything. Please don't attack me. So the way that I highlight papers in Zotero is that I will highlight big chunks like this, and then there is a feature where you can like export your notes into, you can export your highlights into a note, and then from there I will go away and I will like read through it again and summarize it in like 3 bullet points and put that at the top of the note. That's how I do it. Yeah. Have you seen the latest Wendigoon video? It's about a psychology experiment. I have not. I have not. Let me have a quick look. Let me have a quick... Oh, I've just shut my stream. That's not ideal. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Let's see. Wendigoon. Let's see. I see. A psychology experiment gone wrong. The 3 Christs of Ypsilanti. I see. I have not watched this. I don't actually know what that's about. Sounds interesting. I will perceive it at some point. Yeah, the note trick. Yeah. Have you tried Notebook LM? I upload papers there and create a podcast. Quite a few people have told me it's really, really good. Yeah, I haven't tried it. When I read a paper, I'd rather actually read it, if that makes sense. Because I don't trust any AI solution to like be able to evaluate the nuances of a paper. If that makes sense. Like they don't think critically, they just summarize and just assume it's all right. And oftentimes if you go through it and read the paper, you then go back and you're like, oh, there's some glaring methodological or theoretical issues that the AI hasn't picked up on because it is an AI and it is just predicting the next word. So yeah. I have not sounded offensively British. Please stop. It's very insensitive to half of the world. I'm too British. Someone went to the trouble to write it. I should put in the effort to read it. Yeah, that's how I feel too, right? Like, I feel sad about the idea of like spending literally days writing a paper, doing like weeks, months, writing paper, doing research, etc. And then nobody reads it. I mean, I know that's the reality. I'd rather nobody read it than like people had a summary that was incorrect, if that makes sense, and then thought they'd read it. Because that's happened to quite a few of my friends. Like, they've had their papers summarized and then the summary was wrong, and then everybody thinks the wrong thing, and then they're like, oh, this is the wrong thing. And now I have to go around and do loads of corrections, and it's annoying. So, yeah. Okay. They don't think critically, to be fair, neither do I. Same. Maybe you should make it more readable and insert goofs and gaffs into it. I mean, to be fair, I try my best to make when I'm writing, I try my best to make it accessibly written. It's difficult sometimes though. Like if you're doing like a heavily experimental paper, sometimes it's really, really difficult to make it easy to read and also short enough and also covering the bases that you need to cover. Because there's like a tendency now, like originally back in the day, there would be like one or two, it'd be like this, right? This has got one study in the whole paper, and it would be more like this, like one study per paper, maybe up to 3. And now it's like, I see papers coming out now that have like 7 studies in one paper. And I'm like, my brother in Christ, that is not a paper. That is a whole dissertation. Like, why? It makes it so dense and so difficult to read. It ends up having so much more reliance on like jargon. Not a fan. Stop. Like, don't salami slice either. But also, please, like, you know, make it readable, because otherwise it's just difficult. Had my stuff misquoted to me and had to correct it. That's not what the author said. Yeah, I've had a few friends that's happened to. Publication requirement creep. It could be. Could we do less science? Welcome to the stream. We never do science anyway. We just have a pretense of doing science, but actually we just yap. Have you heard of authoritarian personality? Just curious about your thoughts. I have indeed. So authoritarian personality in the kind of like traditional, was it Adorno that said that? There's Adorno and then there's like someone else. And I always get them mixed up and I feel bad because they're like big names and I don't know things. But I think it was Adorno. I might be wrong. With the authoritarian personality. And then that was like used as an explanation for a whole bunch of like political beliefs and related psychological constructs. And then that's kind of developed on now. And there is this trait called right-wing authoritarianism and a second trait called social dominance orientation. So right-wing authoritarianism is basically like somebody's preference for tradition. And wait, there's a second element to it and I've forgotten what it is. I always forget the second part of right-wing authoritarianism. I'm going to fact check myself real quick. Social dominance orientation is basically whether somebody prefers a hierarchy. So somebody higher in social dominance orientation as a personality trait would have an increased tendency to think about like social structures as being hierarchical, and someone who's lower in social dominance orientation would have a tendency to think about it as being like flat structure. I'm very low in social dominance orientation, and I also am completely oblivious to any kind of hierarchy whatsoever, which is why I can so casually be like memeing about bringing Karen Douglas onto the stream, because I low-key actually would do it, because I'm just if someone tells me don't do that, then I'm like, okay, fair enough. But otherwise, if they don't say anything, then I'm like, this is fine. There is no such thing as a hierarchy here, right? Right-wing authoritarianism. I know that part of it is about, yes, so part of it is about tradition, so their preference for tradition, and the other part of it is like that they're submissive to authority. So basically it's like a general tendency to just kind of conform with like existing traditions, existing norms, and then to be submissive to authority figures, so also conforming in that sense too. Yeah, that's right-wing authoritarianism. And yeah, there's a lot of research into it. My understanding is that it's fairly robust as a trait, but I'm not sure. I'm less convinced on whether it is a trait or not, if that makes sense. I'm not sure whether it's like a personality trait or whether it's just another statistical representation of just ideology, you know. I've never managed to look into it enough that I could really form a conclusion on that. But yeah. Some of the things that it's correlated with are quite interesting. Both social dominance orientation and right-wing authoritarianism, for example, are associated with various types of prejudice, but they're also associated with, like, meat eating, and I find that interesting. 7 studies and a meta-analysis, except that not only isn't a meta-analysis, but it also isn't conducted properly. I know. Please, I cry. That's a good paper, actually. The Fast Lane to Slow Science by Uta Frith. You should check it out. I think I might have read this before. Wait. Or maybe it's been sat in my Zotero and I'm like, I should read that and I never got around to it. That's also possible. I know I've read a bunch of stuff about slow science and I'm like, this is how it should work. Ultimaya, that's the one. That's the one. I always mix up Ultimaya and Adorno, and it's because their names begin with the same letter and I'm bad at names. If I haven't met someone in real life, then I'm like, I don't actually remember who you are. I'm sorry. Gonna head out, no problem, Astral. Enjoy whatever you're doing. Have a good evening. I hope you have a good evening. Ah, Bobo and Smile. Yes. Obedience, aggression, traditionalism. You're bringing Karen Douglas on the stream. This is a conversation that we had earlier where we were like, wouldn't it be funny to bring my Kami Oshi Karen Douglas onto the stream? And then, wait, where's my thing gone? I just closed my thing and then it disappeared. Okay. I'm confused. I'm trying to add this to, I've just realized I didn't have my Zotero connector on and that's why this was broken. I see. I'm trying to add the Uta Frith thing to my Zotero just add to my Zotero library, please. Please. There we go. We got there eventually. We got there eventually. We were memeing about it, but then I was like, what if I actually asked her? That would be funny. We could do it. You should definitely lead with, hello, you are my Kami Oshi. Yeah. I actually could. She would have no idea what I'm talking about. It's perks of Tism. Genuinely. They asked, so they must be high in the social hierarchy. See, I'm just like oblivious. Unless they tell me like, don't talk to me, I'm like, I am talking to you as though we are equals. Fast forward to the news article, VTuber kidnaps internationally recognized psych expert. I would never. I'll let her go free afterwards. Recent papers I've seen and mentioned were about the similarities between speech patterns in hate groups and groups with prevalence of personality disorders or something. Ah, interesting. I see. Yeah, we are literally talking about right-wing authoritarianism. Look, if it's a research paper, like, you can talk about it. It's when people start making politically charged statements that I start to get nervous, because I don't want it to. I feel like people who respond to politically charged statements generally, from my experience, tend to be the people that need science the most, which is why I say no politics on stream. Also because, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, like, I'm a scientist, my job is politicized. My day-to-day job is politicized really badly. So it's kind of, being on stream is kind of a safe space in that sense, you know? Note to self, meet Psydere IRL. One day, I actually will. I swear, it's a promise. It's a promise and a threat. It's a promise and a threat. Yeah, I'm somewhat confident that Karen Douglas knows what a VTuber is. I'm somewhat confident. Yes, exactly. No politics, exactly. Okay. No, actually, unironically, I'm gonna be so real with you all. I know for a fact that Karen Douglas has at least had an interaction with a VTuber, okay? Because I have been to conferences that Karen Douglas has been at. And if you think that I ain't giving out Psydere stickers to every single person that I meet at a conference, that's funny. I have told you before, I give out Psydere stickers to people at conferences. Karen Douglas is in fact Rin Penrose. Can you imagine? Are you IRLing the TwitchCon thing? No. I'm not allowed to travel to the US. Long story. But I'm talking to the TwitchCon people about how that's going to work in terms of logistics and stuff. Yeah. You are a socially awkward menace. I am. It's more just like I'm aggressively confident. I spent a large chunk of my time like being like, I'm so weird and strange and people don't want to talk to me. And then I realized if you're weird and strange but do it confidently, then suddenly people are like, wow, that's cool. It's if you're like meek and timid and nervous about being weird, then people were like, oh, you're weird. Yeah. You're so strong for giving out stickers at academic conferences. I mean, look, as far as I see it, my streams and my content are safe for work. At least I keep 50% of it where possible as being educational. Would it mean that people also see the silly things? Yes. But it's kind of a portfolio of my science communication work in a way, you know, the VODs channel especially. So, you know, a robot Psydere, a pad on a remote control drivable thingy. I would love that. That's exactly what I would like. Having your videos cited on alt-ref was too much, but you hand out your own merch at psychology conferences. Okay, when people have met me in real life, they know that I'm like this in real life too, and then it's not weird. Okay? That's why it's not weird. Because they've met me. Okay? But if they find me by accident through looking at the alt-ref of one of their papers, that makes me nervous. Because they don't know who I am. Okay? The way that this works is that, like, I like to maintain some degree of separation between Psydere and me in real life, okay? But the reality is that the two things are very, very, like, integrated in a lot of ways. And although I am not a VTuber as a job, certain parts of my job benefit from me being a VTuber. Like, it sounds really weird, but that's just, like, specific to the work that I do in real life. And likewise, obviously, you know, we can stream papers and stuff. We do science communication and public outreach and stuff. We do sciencey things. That's inherently benefiting from me and my in real life qualifications and experiences and stuff. So I'm not anywhere as like separated. Like I know a lot of VTubers are like, my VTuber persona and my in real life persona are separate. Never the twain shall meet. You cannot perceive me. You will not see me in person. You cannot, like, I am horrified by the idea of you linking the person to the VTuber. I don't care. Like, I've never done anything that I wouldn't be okay with my colleagues seeing. And like my colleagues, I literally had a situation the other day where, like, in our work Slack, they were like talking about my shorts. They were talking about my YouTube shorts. Like, they were looking at them and being like, I really like how you've done this. Please, could we use this in our marketing strategy? So, like, I don't hide it. I don't hide it because I'm myself, both on stream and off stream. Like, they're very, very... I'm not good at pretending. And at some point, like, I don't know. At some... Like, yeah. I don't know. I'm not very good at pretending, so I'm just embracing it. And realistically also, I've said enough about like my research expertise that you would, if you tried, people could probably find me. They could probably find out who I am. Like, scientists are inherently quite public facing, like especially ones that have like at least some kind of background in academia. If you've done a PhD, then you've been told you need to market yourself. You need to get your papers out there. You need to have a super active like LinkedIn account and stuff like that. And it needs to be public facing, and you need a public research gate. You need a public Google Scholar. You know, your work needs to be open access, etc., etc. So, like, I know realistically, if people tried hard enough, they could probably find me. And it's like, whatever, you know? As long as people aren't being weird. I also have obviously the added benefit of, like, you know, some people are doing it for safety reasons, but like, I'm married, like, I have husmod. Like, hypothetically, if somebody were to come to our house, I would just hide behind him. Like, I don't have the safety aspect that other people need to think about. So, yeah. Neuro pioneered the VTuber car. No reason humans can't attend conventions in the same way. Exactly. Exactly. Psy goes out the back and puts them as bumper stickers on the cars at conference car parks. I have not done that, but I have put them on like the free merch desk and stuff. So yeah. To be fair, the overlap between the people at my seminars and cons like the one at Comic-Con is almost a circle. This is the other thing, right? Is that scientists are very, very understanding of like nerdy stuff in general, okay? Scientists are very understanding of nerdy stuff. So if you go up to like a random scientist and you're like, I'm doing science communication, except I use a cartoon character digital avatar instead of like being on, like having my face shown, 9 times out of 10, they'll be like, that's so cool. Tell me more. How do I do that too? That's really, really cool. And like, I've been like one of the conferences I went to this year, like I was talking to people and there was literally like, I literally spoke to somebody who was like, oh, I make video games in my free time. I use VRoid Studio for my 3D models. And I was like, I'm going to tell you the funniest thing. I was using that too until very recently. So yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's very brave of you to expose your colleagues to a sphere where you are famous for being in the cast of Woman eating beans in the toilet. I'm gonna be so real with you, Kleeper. I have also sent Ellie's music like to my co-workers and been like, you should listen to this, because I think that Bugs is an iconic neurodivergent like anthem, and every single neurodivergent person ever should listen to it. So I sent it to my neurodivergent colleagues and they were like, I don't like this. Well, I like this song, but I also don't like it because it sees into my soul. And I was like, yeah, same. You also have a great community that you aren't threatened by someone in your community getting the wrong idea and trying to marry you. This is also true. This is also true. This is true. I mean, I feel like that's probably part of the thing, like about just having, I feel like all of you are very, very kind and respectful, and I feel very, very grateful for that, you know? Like I've never felt uncomfortable. I think there's maybe been like 1 or 2 times where like a random person has come into chat, but they left very quickly because they very quickly realized that I am not going to like, if you say like, say for example, somebody comes in and says weird sexual things in chat, I'm just not going to acknowledge you. Like, that's not what this stream is. So yeah, it makes me happy. Makes me happy. Yeah. Why would we want to marry Psydere when we have Husmod? This is true also. He is our husband. It's very, very true. Even the Pikmin song, what if they want an IRL showing? I've just accepted fate. I've accepted fate. Everybody who knows me in real life knows that I am the physical embodiment of cringe. So it wouldn't, like, all of them would see it and watch it and be like, yeah, seems about right. Oh dear. And also, to be fair, the other thing is that I don't put out anything that I wouldn't be. I have like I have a lower bound of quality that I'm willing to put out, if that makes sense. And that lower bound is, would I be uncomfortable if my colleagues saw this? Because I know realistically my colleagues will see it. So like that was why the Pikmin song took so long, was because I was like, I don't know anything about like audio mixing. I don't know anything about singing. I don't know anything about like recording music at all. I'm not a musical person in the slightest, but I'm going to keep trying until I get this right and it sounds at least tolerable. And if it sounds tolerable, and the other test is that I show it to Husmod and I'm like, can you sit through this without feeling physically uncomfortable? And if he can, good. If he enjoys it, even better. And that's the threshold. Guess the US is a bit different with swatting. Yeah, to be fair, like the US does have a bit more concerns around that, right? Yeah. I mean, it's kind of nice. Like, I feel like I have the kind of best of both worlds. Of that, like, I know the people that come onto stream, even if you were to look me up, I'm kind of like, whatever, it's fine. But like, the reason why I use a VTuber model is like, it's a neurodivergent thing for me. There's going to be an ad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. There's so many of them today. The reason why I use a VTuber model for me was never like a privacy thing. It was always like a neurodivergent thing. I just look weird. I just look weird. I just do things. I look off into weird places and I pull weird faces and yeah, look strange sometimes, and that doesn't get captured by the VTuber model, and I feel like that's less. I've been literally described as being uncanny valley in person to my face, and I feel like the VTuber model just like gets rid of that, and it makes me feel less uncomfortable because I don't like being perceived, but I also do like talking, as you can tell. And it also makes it less uncanny valley for all of you as well, so that's probably that was my thinking, and I think it works well. You know, I wouldn't be comfortable on video. I don't like putting videos on while I'm even at work, like in work meetings or whatever. So yeah, Publish or Perish has no stance on publishing as a cartoon persona. This is very true. This is very true. I'm not familiar with that in academia, but the programming world can be like that too. What, just like everybody being nerdy and just knowing things? Yes. Yeah. VTuber husbands are funny. Like someone tweeting, they like my husband more than me. So it's nice if people can get along. It's true. This is the thing. I'm really glad that this is starting to change about VTuber culture, right? Because for a long time, it was like, oh, you can't show that you're in a relationship because idol culture. And it's moving away from that. And that makes me happy. That makes me happy because I don't think that that's sustainable, especially if somebody's like going to be a VTuber for a long time, right? Eventually your life changes. So yeah. The US has stuff with swatting, but the UK also makes you literally dox yourself if you make a company. I mean, yeah, but you can kind of get around it in some ways. Like, well, you can't get around it, but like, for example, like you can have a business address rather than registering it at your house. So your correspondence address can be like a company address rather than your address. Not that that's relevant for me. I literally, I'm not, let's just say I'm not going to need to set up a company anytime soon. Oh dear. Oh dear. Another Jet2 holiday ad. Oh god. They found us. Oh no. Oh no. They found us. Oh no. I count 43 VTuber marriages on Twitter so far where VTubers tweeted about marrying. I love that. I love that. I mean, I'm sure there's just as many where it's like they're like not married, but they're in a long-term relationship or they're engaged or something. I'm sure there's like loads. Hiding partners is such a weird thing because it somehow feels unfair to both parties at the same time. That was kind of how I felt, and that's why I've been upfront about Husmod like pretty much from the beginning. Like at first, I think I spent the first like 3 months just kind of feeling out where I wanted the boundaries to be. But I know that like I first mentioned Husmod when we were still on like 5 concurrent viewers. Like it was very, very early on. I actually got married after I started streaming. We got married after I started streaming. So we got married about a month after my first ever stream. And I was like, I have to go away for a big life event at the time. And then afterwards, like a few months later, I was like, yeah, we actually got married. Also, the moderator's my husband. Uncanny Valley IRL seems like a lot of autistic people are perceived that way. I don't know of any confirmed autistic people in real life, but I've met a couple of people and I just get the sense that something is different than usual. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's because I look in the wrong places. My speech pattern is a bit weird sometimes. And the way that I stand is also just not normal. Then I do weird fidgeting and stuff. Like all of the things all together. Yeah, Uncanny Valley. I can see why people say that. If you were to conduct social psychology research about VTubers, what would you like to study? Okay, unironically, I would absolutely love to like do research into how people interact differently with like human VTubers versus AI VTubers. This is like the thing that I find so fascinating. Like how people think about AI VTubers in general as well. Like anything about like does attaching a cute anime girl that moves and looks like it's talking. Basically, like, does it personify the AI model? Does it change how people feel about it and interact with it? That I find super, super interesting. I would love to do research into that. I would love to. All the companies on the Isle of Man just happen to be a tax haven. It's true. It's true. Don't tell them that. Don't tell them that, though. They don't like it when you call them a tax haven. I liked the Isle of Man, though. It was a very cute little island. 10 out of 10 would move there for tax purposes. Not me. I pay my taxes. I pay my taxes. Yeah, you do have to be listed as a person of significant control on Companies House. That is true. You do have to do that. But, you know, people get around it in all sorts of ways. Like, they will name the company nothing to do with the brand. You can do that. That's legal to do. Yeah. I feel like the expectations around VTubers, especially indies, has been steadily drifting away from pure idols towards neat person. I agree. I agree, and I prefer it that way. It makes me happy. Like, we don't like the we don't like the over-the-top parasocialness in this house. Well, at least I don't anyway. It makes me feel nervous. It makes me feel nervous, to be honest, when people aren't open about it. VTuber culture does seem to be evolving away from idol culture. It started there, but it's becoming more of a personal expression type thing. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's a good thing. With its own subcultures too. Yeah, exactly. There are like separate subcultures starting to emerge. It's very, very cool. Like you even see it in like the Twitch guy, like Twitch's content creator information, right? They have like different types of VTubers listed out. There's like science and tech VTubers, or there's like horror VTubers, or there is comfy and cozy VTubers, or yapping VTubers. Like there's different subcultures, and it's very, very cool. It's very, very cool. The only ones I can think of off the top of my head are Neuro and Twitch Jesus. See, there's quite a few actually. My personal favorite one, my favorite one. That's rude to say. I am of course a Neuro enjoyer. How could I not be? But like my favorite in terms of like design is Overlord Aiko. She's very, very cute. She makes me cry. She's so cute. I love her so much. And she's unhinged, but she's so cute. She's so cute. Feel like being open about being married would keep the weirdos away. I agree. And that's probably part of the reason why, like, you know, strange behavior it just doesn't take off. One day I'm going to pretend to be an AI VTuber so I can just insult people and pretend that I was just an LLM being silly. I mean, I am an AI VTuber. Did you not know? I am an AI VTuber. This has already been established. Oh dear. There is a good chance that putting the AI model into cute anime girl does affect perceptions. Yeah, it definitely does. It definitely does. Did they ever find out who the man it actually is? No, it's just the man. It's just the man. The man. It's the Isle of the Man. That's why they have so many big companies there. Oh dear. The scientists do research as a side hobby. I am/was a programmer, and I can do coding projects at night by myself. Would it be possible to do a research proposal on your own, apply for funding, take some time off to gather data, etc.? I guess it kind of depends. It's technically possible, and I do know a few academics that kind of like do that as part of their job. Like they will just do random little studies that they're interested in, like with students. But research is expensive. Like doing good quality research that could actually get published is expensive. Very, very expensive. The APCs alone, so the article processing charges on articles, they're in the thousands a lot of the time, if not like high hundreds. I was actually looking at like, oh, could I do some research and then get it published in a journal as Psydere? Like, is that a thing that we could do? I was trying to work out like if it would be possible to do some kind of like citizen science work. And I think it would be. I have found a few journals that are free. They're like run by universities, but like I would have to go and get an ethics evaluation, and that in itself is like $1,000, and I don't think I've ever even made $1,000 in the entire time that I've been streaming, so so yeah, I guess it's technically possible, but it's expensive and not accessible to do. Yeah. Yeah. I knew it. There's no such thing as the UK. It's true. We don't exist. What did I miss? Hello, Roro. Nothing. I've been yapping. We haven't really progressed in the paper. I'm not going to lie. I want to know how the effects of giving Grok an anime avatar compared to the effect of an AI that exists to fill an anime avatar. Right? That would be quite interesting. That would be quite interesting too. Like, how do people interact with Grok versus Neurosama differently, for example? That would be super interesting. I wonder if a stats degree is a good investment for someone that wants to do random research in any field they want. Metascience and stats seem like a great choice. Yeah, I mean, probably. Stats underpins most quantitative research. Like, if you can understand the stats, then you basically need to do, like, prep time learning about the concepts that you're investigating. And, yeah. Stats is probably a pretty solid underpinning. But most people I know who did stats degrees ended up being data scientists, so yeah. Yeah. Programming is kind of unique in that aside from having a computer, the costs of developing high quality programs are generally just lots of time and effort. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Whereas research is like lots of time and effort. And also if you're working with people, an ethics review board, you know, review, you have to pay for that. And then also doing the research, you probably also have to pay for unless it's computational. And then you also have to pay to get it published if you're not going in a Diamond Open Access journal. That being said, I'm fairly confident that if we had like a collective research project that we all wanted to do as a stream, like about VTubers, we could do it. I think we could do it. I could probably talk to a Diamond Open Access journal and get it published. So if we wanted to do that, if we wanted to do like a citizen science project on stream, that's like been one of my life goals. So that's like one of my ultimate stream goals is to do a citizen science project on stream. So we could potentially make it happen. It would just depend on what you're interested in researching, you know? I have a whole bunch of stuff. I have like a whole list. I'm interested in like how art styles affect people's engagement with VTubers. I'm interested in how people interact differently with humans versus AI. I'm interested in all sorts. So I will fund it. I have no money. Same. I have to pay off my student loans first. No, but seriously, we might actually even be able to get funding for it. So yeah. Also, thank you for the follow, Snicketer. Thank you so much for the follow. And also Mercy Grace Lope, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome in. Welcome into the research participants pool. Just sell the cube. I will never sell the tungsten cube. I don't even have it. It's not with me. Husmod has it. It's his cube. I can't sell his cube. That would be cruel. Let's do it. Condition us to draw when you cut to ads. Oh no, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Let's write a grant proposal on stream. We could. We legitimately could. That would be cruel. I would never sell your cube, I promise. I promise. That was actually part of our wedding vows. This is not fake news, I swear. We promised each other to never sell each other's tungsten cubes. That's how you know that you're in a lifelong relationship. Oh dear. Okay. Right. Should we science? Okay. Grant proposal. I get money. You get anime girl research. Genuinely, actually, yes. I reckon if we did some research around like people's propensity to retain information or something like that, like put it in a science communication context, I reckon we could legitimately get funding, to be honest. I think we could. So yeah, I think we could. Okay, we science now. Let's go back to science. Let's go back to science because it's I'm doing that thing again where we're not reading the paper. I'm sorry. Okay, participants. So measures. So this is the survey that they did. They did a survey with people on Amazon MTurk, and then we are no, we are not. They are. They are. You know what? Actually, we could also do. We could do a replication study. That would be fairly easy to get ethics for, I think. We could do a replication study. We could do a replication study of this paper. Tempting. Okay, anyway. Yeah, measuring information retention for anime avatar versus human would require actually reading the paper. This is true. This is true. Oh, dear. Okay, right, let's keep going. Right, measures. Measures. Also, hi Calvit GM. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're good. Let's get the science. Let's get it. Let's go. Okay, science. Right, measures. Right. Participants responded to all items below on a scale ranging from 1, strongly disagree, to 5, strongly agree. Leadership measures. To measure despotic leadership, we use the 6-item despotic leadership questionnaire. Example items are my supervisor is punitive, has no pity or compassion, and my supervisor expects unquestioning obedience from those from report to him or her. Okay, cool. So 6-item despotic leadership scale. And it had pretty good internal consistency. When you see this is like the alpha, Chromeback's alpha. It tells you how much the items in the scale were correlated with each other. Which is good. It's good if it's high, because that means that the items are all measuring the same thing, basically. Yes. Oh, okay. Measuring information retention for avatar versus human would require actually reading the paper. It's true. It's very, very true, unfortunately. Do a series of surveys on information hygiene or something. A survey at 0 months, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, and a year. Track how well it improves as a result of science communication on stream. That's very tempting. That would be very, very tempting to do. It's also possible that like we could track people. They would have to be willing to give their Twitch avatars as not their Twitch avatars, their Twitch username as part of that, because that's like pretty much the only way that you could track them really. To like link their responses together. But given that it's kind of pseudo-anonymous as it is, it might work. Might work. VTuber shipping as conspiracies. That would be kind of interesting. Literally all you have to do is design a Google form once. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the issue is actually the ethics. The issue is the ethics, really. Like, that's the thing that's difficult. But it's possible. It is possible. I can see that being a thing. Memories are stronger. The stronger the emotions they're associated with. So if someone is presented as super cute or funny or attractive or some other way, it would stick better. On the other hand, it could just be distracting and make you not pay attention to the information itself. Yeah, it could go either way, right? We can't really say until we've got evidence, and there is no evidence. So I think it would be cool to do a study onto it. And I think we could probably get funding for it. And in order to do that, we could get ethics as well, I think. If I ask really nicely in some places, we might be able to get ethics. So who knows? Email identifier. See, the problem with that is that that's personal information. So generally, if you ask an ethics board, they will say no, they won't allow that unless it's like got a really, really good reason for it, like it's health data or something. But yeah, I don't know, the Twitch username might be fine because it's pseudo-anonymous as it is. Research that will banish me to the shadow realm. The VTuber model's boob size and retention metrics. That's so cursed. I love it. That could actually be a really funny April Fool's Day paper. So, yeah. What's the issue with ethics? Your participants will have to fill in a survey if they want to be participants. So the thing with ethics is that in order to run the study and get it published, you need to go through an institutional ethics board. And the problem is that I don't work at a university, so I don't have one. That's the issue. That's the issue. Who said anything about April Fools? It's true. It could just be a fun paper. Could you anonymize the username somehow? Hash it with an unknown secret key or something? Probably, actually. That would probably work. I guess. The problem will be doing that real time because I'm not sure that most survey software has the ability to do that. Yeah. On top of that, no, I've forgotten. Thank you for the follow, Learners Club. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome into the research participation pool. I've read a book on memory. It literally suggests that making mnemonics lewd because it makes them stick better. But the VTuber's boob size is consistent across all of the information. It doesn't really do anything for the specific memories being formed. Yeah. So I feel like it might potentially attract attention, but it won't necessarily correlate with information retention, if that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if people were more like, if you showed like a array of like, you know, like thumbnails, I wouldn't be surprised if people would be more likely to click on big booba because it attracts attention. I don't know if it would affect information retention though. I don't think it would. Might also be distracting. Yeah. Use my email in survey month 0, 3, and 6, so you could say that ID 03002 completed survey 036 and skipped surveys 1 and 12. Yeah, I know it's possible. It's just a case of whether the ethics board would allow it to happen, because they tend to just say like no for a lot of things. Just like basically if there's not like a really, really strong reason for doing it, then they will say no. And if it's something that could have like a really, really positive impact on society, like something health related, then they'll be like, yeah, go for it. If it's something where it's like, it's just kind of vaguely interesting, like does a VTuber help with information retention, then they would be more likely to say, no, you're not allowed to collect emails. Yeah. But I mean, it's worth a try. I can try. I just need to find an IRB that will have me. What was I? We should write a protocol for this on stream at some point. I think that would be a fun like science stream to do one day. Would be to write a protocol for this study. Okay, right. So they measured laissez-faire leadership. Back to the paper. They measured laissez-faire leadership with the 7-item passive leadership scale from Dan Hartog and colleagues. Which is derived from the multi-factor leadership questionnaire. Example items were, my supervisor avoids getting involved in important decisions, and my supervisor only takes action when things go wrong. And that had a 0.87 alpha, which is pretty good. For charismatic leadership, we utilized 8 items drawn from the charismatic leadership and organization scale. Example items are, my supervisor has a vision of the future and my supervisor can convince others well of his or her position. That one had the alpha's decreasing here. It's decreasing. And then finally, to measure participative leadership, we use the 6-item power sharing scale. Example items are, my supervisor allows subordinates to have influence on critical decisions, and my supervisor will reconsider decisions on the basis of recommendations by those who report to them. They interestingly have missed off the alpha for that one, so that's a bit of an oversight. Job insecurity. We measured job insecurity with 2 items. I feel insecure about my position. It is not clear to me if my job will continue to exist, and if this organization reorganizes, my job will likely disappear. These 2 items were strongly correlated. They had a correlation of 0.72, and they averaged them into a composite index of job insecurity, which is a pretty standard way to do that. Those don't appear to be validated items, but that's a thing that happens sometimes. Where did the alpha go? I don't know. They just missed it off the end here. I don't know what happened to that one, which is making me nervous. Honestly, I feel quite misled. When I was a child, I was led to believe that mad scientists create big lasers that blow up continents, and now I just know they p-hack their data. Yeah, sorry. It's not nearly as cool as sci-fi would make you believe. Okay, organizational conspiracy beliefs. To measure organizational conspiracy beliefs, we asked participants' agreement to the following 9 items. Our management has a hidden agenda. Our management has hidden goals that will benefit them only. I suspect that our managers frequently lie to employees about important issues. Our managers would never consciously hide important information from us employees, which is reverse coded. Our supervisors would never conspire against subordinates, which is also reverse coded. Reverse coded just means that it's measured in the opposite direction. Our managers gossip about their subordinates behind their backs. Our supervisors work together to achieve a hidden agenda that they deliberately keep secret. And our supervisors pass on confidential data regarding us employees to one another, and our supervisors try to achieve hidden malevolent goals. These were averaged into a reliable scale of organizational conspiracy beliefs with an alpha of 0.87. There we go. Initially, our scale comprised of 12 items, but following review of recommendations, a content validity review led us to drop 3 items, which were our managers tried to minimize the investment in us, our managers tried to maximize profits at our expense, and nepotism, that is friend politics, is a practice which is present at work. These items may be regarded as unsupportive leadership behaviors, but do not necessarily entail the element of secrecy that is inherent to conspiracy beliefs. If these items were included in the scale, results were similar. That's a pretty standard thing to do, is that like if you if a reviewer suggests something, you kind of if they suggest something about one of your measures, you check it like, what happens if I remove these items from the scale? You check it before and after, and if the results are quite substantially different, then oh dear, you've got a problem on your hands. But if they're not, then you can just do a little footnote like this. Pretty standard practice. Oh, lots of correlations. This is difficult to read. Wait. So, it looks like there's a few significant correlations. Quite a lot, actually, when you get down to here. So 7. It looks like despotic leadership and laissez-faire leadership actually correlated, which is a bit weird. I wouldn't have expected that. And then what they described as the negative leadership styles were correlated with job insecurity and organizational conspiracy beliefs and turnover intentions. And that is interesting. Cool. Perfect. Okay. You're thinking of engineers. It's true. It's the engineers that do all the wacky stuff. Also, thank you for the posture check, Kami Belladonna. Thank you. I'm sat up straight. Okay. We measured organizational commitment with 4 items. I am committed to my organization. I identify with my organization. My organization is an important part of who I am, and I feel I belong to this organization. These 4 items were averaged into a reliable scale of organizational commitment. Cool. And then to measure turnover intentions, we assessed the following 2 items. I intend to quit my job in the near future, and I intend to resign in the next year. These items were strongly correlated and are hence averaged into an index of turnover intentions. I don't know what. I feel like I would have just used the second one, because they basically just say the same thing, but one's got a more specific time period. So near future means different things to different people. Okay. So results. Yeah, we got some results. Okay. The means, standard deviations, and intercorrelations of the study variables are all displayed in table 1. The table, this is a table. I don't know how to rotate it. I'm sorry. The table reveals that all leadership styles were significantly correlated with organizational conspiracy beliefs. Moreover, conspiracy beliefs were significantly correlated with job insecurity and with both the employee outcomes that are under investigation here. In the following, we first conduct a regression analysis to establish to what extent the 4 leadership styles uniquely predict organizational conspiracy beliefs and job insecurity. After that, we utilize structural equation modeling to examine the mediating role of job insecurity between leadership styles and organizational conspiracy beliefs, and to establish the extent to which organizational conspiracy beliefs subsequently predict employee outcomes. So they're trying to work out, like, basically they're using statistics to try and work out they're trying to approximate roughly what causality could look like using statistics. This doesn't actually tell you anything about causality. It's kind of used as like a springboard to then go and do experimental studies to then actually test the causality. You have to be careful about how these kinds of things are reported, though, because sometimes there's a bit of a tendency to report these things as being causal when they are not. So that's not good. Please, can you explain in lay terms why ordinary least squares uses squares? I know it has something to do with Gauss and normal distributions, but I'm silly. Why don't we use cubes? I don't know. I can't remember. I literally just told you I haven't done maths since I was 15. I don't remember. Ask Mylin. They teach this stuff. Ask Mylin. I haven't taught introductory stats in ages. And I'm not gonna lie to you, my research is more like apply the regression model than understand the regression model. Like, I understand how to interpret the regression model. I kind of have a rough idea of what's going on under the hood, but like I always have to go back and check my notes. So but it's statistics. I know. That doesn't mean that I know anything about it. I mean, I could find out. We could do like something about regression one day. We could do like a lecture or something about regression at some point, but not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. Right. So, leadership styles and conspiracy beliefs. We analysed the relation between leadership styles and organisational conspiracy beliefs with a hierarchical regression analysis. There's a footnote. Because the 4 leadership styles and organisational conspiracy beliefs all assessed employees' perceptions of their leaders, we first conducted a confirmatory factor analysis using all items of these 5 scales, in which we allowed the factors to co-vary. Taking into account the large number of degrees of freedom, the model showed a reasonable fit. All of the items had significant loading on the intended factors, apart from the 2 reverse-coded conspiracy belief items, whose loadings were in the right direction but not significant. Exclusion of these 2 items did not improve the reliability of the organisational conspiracy belief scale appreciably. The Kronesbeck alpha improved from 0.87 to 0.92. Yeah, that's not enough for it to be problematic. I agree. Given the wording of these items suggests high construct validity, and given the methodological value of having reverse scored items, we decided to retain both these items in our scale of organisational conspiracy beliefs. Very cool. Let's go over the regression model. I'm not confident on structural equation modelling, so I don't think I want to look at that, to be honest. Yeah. We analysed the relation between leadership styles and organisational conspiracy beliefs with a hierarchical regression analysis. We entered age, gender, tenure in the organisation, and the size of the organisation as control variables in step 1 of the regression model. In step 2, we added the 4 leadership styles as predictors. So they've put in like demographic factors that might predate. That's not the right word. Like things that might temporally. Basically, some things come before other things. And they've put in the things that come before the other things. Because, like, your gender and your age and how long you've been at the organization, those things are, they occur theoretically in this model before the leadership styles. So they are more kind of central to your life experience generally, and your job experience generally. And therefore, you should put the leadership styles second, because they are just one specific part of your what's the word? My brain stopped working. Precede, yes, that's a good word. It was indeed precede. Is given the wording of these items suggests high construct validity, just it looks like it should work. I think so, basically, yeah. I think that's basically what they're saying. Unfortunately, a big chunk of social psychology is just like vibes. This is an older paper, so it's falling in more into the vibes-based paper. You should really like. I think the other part where they were like it. What do they say? where they say it doesn't, like for example here, where they say like these items were removed because they don't entail the element of secrecy. That's like theoretically justifying your reasoning for doing it. I'm not convinced that like they look like it should work is enough of a theoretical reason, but you know, they've done it anyway. They've done it anyway. But yeah, your demographic factors should precede your experiences with the leadership styles. So that's why they've put that in second. You've heard of vibe coving? May I show you vibe researching? Genuinely, that was a big chunk of social psychology for a long time. We're a lot better now. We're a lot more robust now. But that was what it was like for a while, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. In step 2, we added the 4 leadership styles as predictors. Organizational conspiracy beliefs was the criterion variable. This analysis indicated that step 1 was not significant. So that means that demographic factors of age and gender and how long you've been at the organization did not impact how likely you were to believe conspiracy theories about the organization. However, step 2 did add significantly to the regression model. It had a overall R-squared change of 0.51. That's quite big. That means that 51% of the variance was explained by adding in those variables. So that's pretty big. That's pretty big. And the full regression model was significant. Very good. Jack! Hi! Hello, Jack! Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Hello, everybody. If you don't follow Jack, you should follow Jack. Jack's like one of my oldest VTuber mutuals. Like, he's been here pretty much since day one. Absolute legend. 10 out of 10. I think, and Jack, you're also an engineer as well, right? Or like you're training to be an engineer. So 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. His streams are very, very funny. He mostly plays games and his streams are very, very funny. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello. If you're new, hi, I'm Psydere. Like I said, me and Jack have been mutuals for ages. Ages. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I'm a research psychologist and we're doing science today. We're reading a paper about whether basically bad management in a company makes people believe conspiracy theories about the company. So yeah, I'm a research psychologist in real life, and we also do psychology on stream as well. So yeah. And also, hi Calandro, hi, how are you? I hope you're good. Yeah, engineer, yeah. You might say Jack is hijacking the stream. The legend here is you. No, you. It's you. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. What were you doing today? What were you up to? But also, like, obviously, if you need to take a step away, go get some food or water. It's quite late, so if you need to get away from the PC, please do. Please take a break. Go to sleep if you've got work tomorrow. I should probably do the same at some point, actually. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. And also, I forgot to say, just coincidentally before the raid, Jack848, a different Jack, I assume, thank you for the follow and for the lab safety register check-in as well. Welcome into the research participation pool. Let's go. Oh dear. Yakuza Kiwami 2. Ah, nice. Okay, can I be honest with you? I'm gonna be so real with you for a second. I have never actually played a Yakuza game. It's really bad. I should play a Yakuza game at some point. I should play a Yakuza game at some point. I know they're meant to be really good. Oh dear. Who needs sleep? So true. I function entirely off of like cups of tea and crumpets. That's all I need. I don't need sleep. I just need crumpets. And thank you for the hydrate redeem, Calvit GM. Thank you. And also for the lab safe register check-in. I will drink some water. Jacks of all trades here. So many Jacks. We're like, don't let go, Jack. And they're all like, which one? That's why I'm playing the series. I never played any of them and I highly recommend it. Okay, I actually really need to, because yeah, like everyone that I've ever heard talk about Yakuza in any way are always like, it's really good. It's really, really good. You should play it. And I'm like, I know. I'm sorry. I should play it. And then I never do. And I should. Interesting. If I had a nickel for every streamer I follow that already had a Jack, I would have 3. Well, there you go. You're basically rich. Oh. To be fair, it's a very common name, isn't it? It's a very, very common name. Yeah, welcome in. Okay, right. Science. We're sciencing. I swear, we're going to science so much right now. Let's see. Where are we? We are here. Okay. Right. Great story. It's funny. Top quality graphics. Great combat. Okay. That's already sold me, so I should play it. I want to play through the whole series at some point. I've also, there's loads of series that everyone is like, it's really good. And I'm like, I've never played it. One of them is Yakuza. One of them is Metal Gear. Never played Metal Gear. One of them is like Nier. Never played a Nier game. Yeah, I should play things. I should play things at some point. One day I'm going to be able to like, I'm going to have my own office and we're just going to play games late into the night and nobody can stop me. And it will be terrible. You'll never get rid of me. Welcome back, Brick Pie. Welcome back. How are you? I hope you're good. Jag joke complete. Perfect. I hope you enjoy your food. Have a good dinner. And yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I really, really appreciate it as always. It's nice to see you. Okay, we science now. We science. It's time to science. Right. So yeah, the step 2 added significantly to the model. So that's exciting. Right. We entered age, gender, tenure in the organization into step 1. And step 2 was the leadership styles, and then organizational conspiracy beliefs was the criterion variable. Step 1 was not significant, but step 2 was. And basically the whole model was just step 2. So that means that all of those like demographic-y bits, they changed nothing. But the leadership styles did play a role. So that's interesting. The results are displayed in table 2. Despotic and laissez-faire leadership styles both were significant positive predictors of organizational conspiracy beliefs. Participative leadership was a significant negative predictor of organizational conspiracy beliefs. The effect of charismatic leadership was not significant. That doesn't, okay, that's interesting, but that also doesn't surprise me because like, if you think about conspiracies generally, often like, although it's a group effort, they will involve like 1 or 2 like charismatic leaders, right? So I guess we talked a little bit about like George Soros conspiracy theories earlier. I guess that's kind of example, or like ones that are centered on politicians. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I'm also thinking of like cults. Cults are often built around charismatic leaders and they manage to convince people to do all sorts of wacky things. So maybe you would be more inclined to think that somebody who has those kind of tendencies could potentially be conspiratorial. Interesting. Employees' organizational conspiracy beliefs are positively related with despotic and laissez-faire leadership, but negatively related to participative leadership and unrelated to charismatic leadership. Very cool. Okay, and then there is the table. So yeah, you can see all of these are just basically 0, and then when you add in these, gosh, yeah, the participative being negative is quite a big effect compared to the others. Despotic leadership is also fairly big. The laissez-faire leadership is like not really. That's like quite. It's on the smaller end, frankly. Although actually saying that, no, because when you look at the beta is like standardized basically. So a beta is yeah, it's like a standardized measure because all of these might have like different ways of measuring them. Like there might be one thing on a 1 to 5 scale and one thing on a 1 to 7 scale, and you can't directly compare them. And a beta kind of accounts for that. And this is what you really want to be looking at when you're comparing things. So yeah, charismatic leadership was just like not really doing much. participative and despotic leadership were both kind of equally doing something, but in opposite directions. And then laissez-faire did have an effect, but to a lesser extent, on organizational conspiracy beliefs. So that's interesting. That's very, very cool. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to lie. I think it's probably time to call it quits. Because I am really, really hungry myself, actually. Sorry, Jack. Thank you for bringing your people over, but I'm sorry for instantly sending them somewhere else. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. 15 more minutes make 5 hours. Yeah, I've been at it for like 5 hours. Yeah, it's time to. I'm tired. My throat hurts. I'm hungry. We've done too much Jet 2 holidaying. We Jet 2 holidayed too close to the sun today, I think. So that's a bit rubbish. we Jet 2 holidayed too close to the sun. This is genuinely how it works, I think. Yes. Oh dear. I'm trying to work out what we should be doing. I think I was looking for somebody doing something today, but I don't think they're doing the thing yet. They're not live yet. So I think what we should do in that case what should we do? Oh, okay. I know where we're going. I know where we're going today. Right. Okay. Actually, let me check back on chat first. I noted they didn't separate charismatic leadership style from dark charismatic leadership style. Yeah, exactly. Right? That was my instant thinking too. But I didn't realize those are like conceptually distinguished in most in most actual like measures and in the paper and in the literature and stuff. This is the kind of thing that I should have a bit of background knowledge on. But yeah, it's interesting that they didn't separate them out, because I was thinking exactly the same. Like, a charismatic leader could easily be reducing conspiracies, but also could be engaging in conspiracy theories. Like, it just depends on whether they're charismatic in the sense of caring about like their own interests, or charismatic in caring about other people more. So yeah, it's quite interesting. Thank you for the hydrate, Chanapak. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it could be 0. So the reason why charismatic could be 0 could be basically because there's 2 directions that are cancelling each other out. So like if there's 2 different subscales, like Bobo said, then they'd basically be cancelling each other out if they have opposite correlations. How many people have died there? And their last thought is the Jet 2 holiday theme. At least 1, probably. And if not, there will one day be 1, because that's going to be me. So, okay. So, I think today we are going to go and say hello to Tipanya. We're going to go say hello to Tipanya. We love Tipanya in this house. We love Tipanya. Tipanya is also, I keep saying is also a grad student. I'm technically not really a grad student anymore, actually. But she's doing, it looks like she's doing a 5-year anniversary. 5 years of streaming. That is wild. 5 whole years. I can't imagine. That's a long time. But yeah, please go and thank you also for the hydrate, Commodore. I will drink the rest of my water as soon as the stream is done. But yeah, we should go and say hello. We should go and say congratulations on 5 years. Tipanya is absolutely lovely. 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. So please, you know, stick around and spend a bit of time in her stream. She is so cute. So nice, so lovely. 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. Yeah. Thank you for joining me for some science. We didn't finish the paper today, but I think that's okay. It was going to start going into structural equation modeling, and that scares me. So it's better to not, I think. We had some interesting yaps. We went off on tangents that I think were fairly interesting and fun. We won't talk about Jet 2 holidays again, though, please. Please, not again. Yeah, the raid messages are in the chat. The first one is for subscribers, and the second one is for non-subscribers. So use the second one if you are not a subscriber, because otherwise the emotes don't work. And yeah, I don't know when the next. Also, go upvote my post on Reddit if you haven't already. r/virtual YouTubers, go upvote it. Don't know when the next stream will be. Probably Tuesday evening, and it will probably not be science. We'll probably do something silly. Okay, I have to go now. Sorry, the time's up. Bye bye. Thank you for joining me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.